Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Bring the jury.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for his service.
You guys, we have movement in the court. We have word that the verdict is in, and if that is the case, I'm just looking for a confirmation on that. I think the confirmation is in. Just one second. Let me just double check. I think I'm the last person to hear. Let's see. I'm not seeing here. I'm just trying to get a final confirmation. Has anyone seen this? The music's too loud. Sorry. Somebody tell me. Let's bring this up here so we can watch the movement of the courtroom. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. I don't know who won. Thank you for being here, EJF. Thank you for winning. Chat first in chat. We're cutting all the pleasantries short right here. But something is happening. We're just waiting. We haven't seen notifications in the form that I normally see them. Let's see. Just checking to make sure here. Whatever it is, we have some motion in the court. Things are happening, so we're trying to get, could be a question. Okay. I'm checking the interwebs.
Jury. I'm not a camel.
Let's see. Here's what we know. We've heard that the jury deliberated through lunch. Just waiting to see.
I'm not a cat.
Waiting to see if we have an answer. If we have something in. I'm waiting for a word. If this is a question or a verdict.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Okay, I haven't seen it. Has anyone seen a verdict, confirmation of whether this is a question or something else? I just don't know. Oh, EJF.
When are we going to
Sorry,
break for lunch?
I should have. We just took lunch. You guys. We just took lunch. I promise. Let's see. There we go. EJF, thank you for being first in chat. You said B. You said B, meaning we're back. We are going to stop the voices. We'll turn these down, the sound effects. We're trying to focus on what's happening as soon as something happens. The court TV has the clock still running. Bring the jury. Jumped in from Brandy. We saw motion. We saw the judge in the frame. We saw Mr. Mansfield, the prosecutor, in the frame. We saw a little talking back and forth there. That's a weird little shot there. Sorry. But maybe just a question. We're just holding. This could be a false alarm, but we're going to start in about 15 minutes anyway. So I guess it's all good. I got my lunch in already. Got my break. We're hearing the jury has a question. I can't wait to hear what that is. It's the first time we would have heard anything from the jury other than a little bit of commentary as they were leaving for the day and possibly a couple questions related to scheduling. But I think we've got a verdict here. Sorry, excuse me. I think we've got a question here. I said verdict. I mean a question. I'm looking for the deliberation clock. So I'm looking for. I tried to adjust it for the 3 minutes of time that we had missed. Or the 3 minutes of time, so I wanted to see the actual deliberation time. So this is as close as I can make it here. Let me bring this up on screen. Box source 2 is going to be 3 or 2. There we go. 2 works. Okay, here's our clock, and of course it doesn't fit on the page. And we do everything in minutes because it's like measuring a metric for United States citizens. That we just don't understand how to do that, and I just like to add to the difficulty of the occasion. So just for those of you that are doing the math, 120 was 2 hours. That means we're 28 minutes past 2 hours. So 2 hours and 28 minutes of deliberation time right now, roughly. And apparently we have a question. We're just waiting for just a few minutes to see what that question is. This could be very, very insightful. And it would be what would be very interesting is if the jury comes back and says, we can't agree. And the reason why is because that's a very quick amount of time to go over everything and then say we can't agree. They would have people who are adamantly opposed to something the other side is, other members of the jury believe, and they might already be at that point. Maybe they're having trouble with the unit, that's the mechanism, the TV that the judge sent back there. We'll see. Let's see. Jury question: who is Penny Phelps? Can we get Penny Phelps' background? That would be an interesting question. Jury question: is this an early April Fool's? Probably just asking for some documents, Jenny. But realize that the judge said the way he runs things is different than other trials. Other trials we've seen the judge keeps all the evidence here, and the jury has to call for what they want. Or they get the evidence, but the judge keeps the exhibits there. Everything was going back to the jury room here. So there should be nothing in the courtroom that the jury hasn't seen. We're seeing some more motion here. We'll see if we get some action here. Let's see who's in court. We're going to turn off the view. Everybody's there, so clearly they've all been paged and told to be here. The TV is still missing, so the jury still has it. The light is flashing. Notice the light? What does that light mean? Means the jury has a question? Or the court is open for business? I don't know. They have a neon sign sitting there. The jury has everything. So a question could be, they could be asking for a read back of testimony. Here comes the judge. We're going to find out here in just a minute.
Good afternoon. We've got Mansfield here for the state, Mr. Tucker here. Back on the record. Deputy Riccio advised me that one of the jurors informed him that they had some medication in their car that they needed.
Are you serious?
So I felt it appropriate to convene and present my options or hear from both sides as to their suggestions. But
give him the medication.
The jurors can't deliberate when any one of them is not present, and obviously they also can't have any exposure.
This
to
broke me,
outside
guys. I'm broken.
During deliberations. So I propose one of two things. If, and Deputy Riccio has indicated he's amenable to this, if the juror is agreeable to having the deputy go out to the car and get the medication and deliver it to the juror, that would be the simplest solution, because then the deliberations could proceed.
Don't let the cops in your car.
Medicine and all is well. If the juror doesn't feel comfortable with that, then basically I would have to bring the jury into the courtroom. I would have to explain that they can't deliberate in the absence of anyone. I would then have to explain to the individual juror that they can go and get their meds as long as they do so expeditiously and not obviously have any contact with any information or anyone about the case. And basically, in abundance of caution, have them stay right here. We all kind of sit still. That way, there's no question that there's no deliberation going on. And when the person returns, then they go back to deliberating. So those are the two solutions that I see.
Chat, if you have an easier solution you'd like to propose, put it in chat now. I can think of several myself.
Well,
I'm sorry, could the deputy escort the juror to their car to get the medication, making sure that they're not having contact with anybody?
Yeah, I mean, that could be also.
Judge, I'm fine with either one of the things Your Honor proposed. The state's fine with either one.
I'm fine with any of them. Okay. I'm just trying to look for the easiest.
So then, Deputy Riccio, would you go inquire if the juror would object or be
if they're still alive,
getting the medication?
They're urgently needed
medication. If that's
medication.
the case, could you then report back to us before you do it? And if it's not the case, tell us that too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Let's just sit here and think this over. Oh my goodness.
And it did offer, have the deputy offer the jurors lunch. And again, it's from a fund that's there at the clerk's office just for these purposes when jurors have to stay together. They did order it. The order's been placed, and I guess it's on the way. Excuse me? The food is here. The food is here. All right. So that way they can stay together, they can have their lunch, and they can continue to deliberate without having to separate. So let's see what the word is here.
We're gonna add to the thumbnail for sure. This is absurd. This is absurd. The jury already knows they can't deliberate.
Judge, the juror preferred to go get it.
The juror does not want the deputy in his car.
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll have to bring in the jury then, and that's what we'll do.
How is this any different than 11 of the jurors show up on day 2 of deliberation, and the 12th one isn't there, and we just trust that they don't deliberate? How is this any different than when a guy says, look, I'm sorry, guys, I left my meds out in my car. I've got to run out and get them. Bailiff's going to escort me. You guys just sit silent for a minute. I'm going to run and get them. He would have had the meds in a couple minutes and been back. And instead, we've paged everyone back to the courtroom. Paging defense, paging prosecution. We have a decision to make. Should we let the juror who has medication prescribed by a doctor that's crucial to their health, who urgently needs it, should we let them get the medication? Because this presents a dilemma. Now, the juror wisely said, I don't want.
Okay, please be seated, members of the jury.
I don't want the officer in my car. What if he smells something? He's like,
welcome back to the
further
courtroom.
Investigation.
Have a seat. Deputy Riccio has explained to me, and I've explained to the state and Mr. Tucker, that one of you, and I'm not going to name names. I don't want to do that.
You're going to stand up and walk out. We'll know which one it is.
Requested to have the opportunity to get some medication that's in their motor vehicle. And, of course, we want to allow any one of you, if there's some medication you need to take, to be able to get it. So I don't want to make a big deal of this, but I want you to understand why I'm using procedures that I'm going to, because jury deliberations, the integrity of those deliberations have to be safeguarded, and we can't have any question about that. So while it may seem, gee, I'm making a big deal of this, if perhaps you understand why, then it will make more sense. Jurors can't deliberate while any one of them, I mean, even the instructions I gave you said if somebody goes to the bathroom, you got to stop. So obviously, if somebody vacates the jury room, then the deliberations have to stop.
They don't go to the bathroom in the jury room.
What I'm going to propose is that the person be escorted by the deputy, and they've been consulted and they're agreeable to this. Go get the medication. The reason we have the escort is, again, the integrity of the jury deliberations. We can't have even this possibility that somebody would be approach the individual, or there'd be, who knows, some newspaper on the ground that. So to avoid all of that,
because that's all very likely,
we're going to have the deputy escort the person quietly, as expeditiously as possible, get the meds, and meanwhile, I'm going to ask you folks to stay right here.
Now, everyone, close your eyes so we won't know which one of us it is.
For whatever it takes, 5 minutes, we're all just going to sit here quietly. Why can't we go back in the jury room, Judge? Because of what I told you. It's just clearer and safer if we just stay here, sit quietly. Then we all know there's been no deliberations. We all know that the mission was successful. We all are excused back together, and the deliberations can resume. So
we don't need to know that.
That's what we're going to do.
The jury knows that.
I'd ask whoever it is, again, I want to name names, just stand up, go with the deputy. And
everyone else, put your heads down and don't look. No peeking.
What I said, and we'll sit quietly near them.
Oh, look, it's you. Oh, that's who I thought it was. Judge was peeking. Judge is peeking. The only thing the judge didn't do is read off the prescription and the amount of medication that will be taken. This is absurd. This is crazy. Oh, my goodness. Welsh lady says, absolutely ridiculous with a Welsh accent. This is nuts. I've never seen a judge mistrust the jury so much. I mean, honestly, how is it any different with hang on, Ivan, I'm not going to let you interrupt my tirade here. How is it any different from a juror having to get up and go to the bathroom in another room? Because I'm telling you, there's no porta potty. It's not like they pull the commode up next to the deliberation table, and if you need to go, well, at least we know you're here not talking to anybody. No, how is it any different from a juror leaving the jury room, having to go to the bathroom for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes? Let's say they want to get their business done expeditiously, but they're not going to rush anything. Okay, how is it any different from that than them saying, okay, sorry, I've got to step out for just a minute, Judge, if you can have someone escort me because I'm going to be outside the building, can I get the meds and come back? Why do we need to call court back into session for this? Page everybody, get the clerks. We're back on the record, guys. We're back on the record. And then he's like, yeah, I can't let you go to the jury room. You have to sit here. Trust, but very few. Yes, trust, but very few. One of our favorite typos, Greeners. Love that one. The judge does not trust them at all. He doesn't trust them to not deliberate. I'm surprised he doesn't call them all out here every time somebody needs to use the restroom. Oh, so yes, they are going to be escorted. The judge suggested, the very idea, that the judge's idea was, let's have an officer break into your vehicle, with your permission, of course, your consent, and do an unreasonable search in your vehicle and look for something, a controlled substance, legal controlled substance, and just hope that there's nothing else that might implicate you in any sort of crime in your car. Heaven forbid there's a video camera that shows that happens to be replaying you speeding to the courthouse, and now you're going to get a ticket. I don't know what else would happen there, but I mean the lingering smell of the faint odor, the scintilla of odor of marijuana that the hitchhiker you graciously gave a ride to back off the island last night linger in your car, and this officer's in there, and suddenly you find yourself in a court case of your own because the officer broke into your car to get your meds. This is absurd. Grab the gummies. Yeah, hide the good stuff. Christopher Gilroy says, Recovery Addict, I mean, in actuality, I kind of like it. It really does keep it all on the up and up. Will be no real questions per se. A tad different than just going to the bathroom, leaving the building, but it's leaving the presence. He's concerned about the deliberation happening while they're gone. How is that any different than somebody leaving for any other reason for any length of time? Why are they not back in the jury room right now? Their food is getting cold, says Sandra Oliver. Lunch is here. It's Nicorette. Watch the juror. The juror's like, okay, so it wasn't meds. Okay, officer, I lied. I just need, there's a vape pen out there, and I'm really, really needing to, I don't know what happens here, but, I'm glad we didn't play the verdict music for this. And Amber, sometimes I'm right and sometimes you're right, and that's all I'm going to say. Oh, let's see. Paige says, just joined. Chat filming in. Yes, we had a jury question. We've been deliberating for, let's see how long. Give me just 1 second. About just shy of 3 hours, right? We're going on 160 minutes. Once we reach 180, so in 17 more minutes, we're going to be at 3 hours of deliberation. So we've been deliberating. The jury's been deliberating for that long. I guess we should stop it now. Oh, they're back.
Okay.
A juror needed meds from their
Stay
car.
Right there. So mission accomplished. Okay. So the record should reflect that the objective was achieved. That all the jurors remained here in the courtroom, other than the one who retrieved the medication under the deputy's escort. There was nothing unusual that occurred.
Untoward
Influences that were involved at all. Okay. We've remained here. There's been no deliberations. So now, thank you. Members of the jury, you can now return to the jury room and resume your deliberations.
There's a juror there who's like, oh man, I've got to go to the bathroom, and now I'm afraid to ask. Is this what's going to happen? Am I going to be shamed in front of the court and the world because everyone has to be sat out here, and then you guys all sit here and watch the timer as I'm in the bathroom? Is that what's going to happen here? Oh, man.
All right. Unless anybody has any input.
I have some input.
Took care of that situation.
It's fine, Your Honor.
So they're going to continue with their deliberations, and we'll just stand by when we next hear.
Thank you, sir.
They moved the porta potty into the deliberation room. We're back in standby mode. Deliberation continues. Okay, we have Ivan on the phone here. Just 1 second. He's going to weigh in.
Juror pharmacist.
Jury pharmacist. Is that what I heard?
This is a juror pharmacist calling in. My head is about to explode, Scott. What just happened?
I've never seen that level of implied mistrust of a jury before.
You can't. What if this guy needs his blood pressure med? What if it's insulin? What if he needs to check his
That's not our concern. We just need to make sure they're not deliberating when he's out of the room.
Who's he going to deliberate with? The homeless guy on the street? Hey, what do you think, pal?
Ivan, I'm really concerned that as he stepped out of the courthouse and he looked up at the sky and thought, wow, it's a bright sunny day. Oh, wait, there's a cloud, and it looks like a not guilty sign. Man, I should probably... That's swung it. That swung it. They're chemtrails. Skyriders. Somebody could have had a plane out there, skywriting in the sky.
Oh, they could. Yeah, they could have had a banner.
It's spelling out his address, saying juror number XYZ. I know where you live. Vote accordingly.
How far away is this parking lot? Are they making them park? That took 3 minutes. What could happen in that 3? You said, don't these jurors go to the bathroom? Don't they? What do they do then?
Lizzie Dog says, everyone in the same stall for potty time. We'd hate to have 2 jurors go to the bathroom at the same time, and then they might be deliberating amongst themselves.
Do they get police escorts to the crapper? Is that what we're doing now? Where does this end? This court is, holy smokes! Everybody wants to poke fun at Wisconsin. Florida is back on top. Okay.
In our defense, Wisconsin has a little bit as well. So we can, I'm not going to let Wisconsin off the hook that easily.
Hey, I'm not asking to be off the hook. We're just not number 1 anymore. Okay, this is the only time.
Only because Florida's the Sunshine State. That's why. But Ivan, thank you very much.
Imagine.
I'm also
no. Just imagine. Imagine if he walks out to his car and he's got a hey, don't mind the automatic weapon in my back seat. I have to take my blood pressure medication. Yeah. You know, don't mind.
There may be an illegally carried concealed weapon in the same purse as the meds. I'd rather the officer not look at that.
So what if his registration isn't current? Does he fine him? Does he what if he's a double parked? Then what happens?
Yeah, well, there's clearly a citation there. I mean, if he parked illegally at the courthouse, you know how hard it is to get parking at the courthouse. 700 people have to be there, and there's parking stalls for 30.
Let me tell you, Ray, I once drove to court with a suspended license. Okay, all right, for the ticket. Okay, of a suspended license, and drove away.
Did the judge ask you, how did you get here today?
No. I was like, I would have pled ish. I would have said, hey, my mom brought me. You know. As
you leave, you toss the keys up and grab them. See you guys. Thanks, it's been good. And wave them. Catch you on the road.
All right,
Ivan. Thanks. We'll catch you later. All right, bye. Yeah. Lizzie Dog says, if they talk to themselves, is that considered deliberation?
Call from M. Young. To accept.
M. Young. Do you need to go get your meds as well? Do we need to call court into session for this?
What is happening? I just came in. I thought there was a verdict.
Well, that's because the judge rang the verdict bell and said, "Page everyone, get them to the courthouse right now. We have a situation that we need, prosecution. We need defense. Get down here now. Get the court clerk. We're back on the record. A juror needs to step out and get medication from their car, and we need to discuss if we're going to allow it, and if we decide to allow it, how will we accomplish this?" and it was a dilemma. He was honestly concerned, and he spent 15 minutes.
Somebody
the guy could have had a heart attack.
They needed to go to the Treehouse.
It's like my heart medication.
They needed to go to the Treehouse pharmacy.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
I hope it was more than Tylenol.
I hope. I don't know. I think it was probably like Tums. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm surprised he didn't tell us, so we could weigh that in our consideration of whether or not we'd allow him to go out or her to go out. And the funniest part where he says we're not gonna identify which one of you it is, but you're all gonna sit here, and the one who it is gonna stand up and walk out. And everyone else is gonna look at you.
I'm so glad I ended my important work call for that.
Oh man, we came back early from lunch for this, so wow, crazy. It's just crazy.
All right.
M. Young, thank you so much. Appreciate the call. We'll see you.
All right, thanks, Scott.
Bye.
Bye.
We've had a train of super chats come in here, and thank you so much. Lizzie Dog just gave $10 there at the end, saying if they talk to themselves, is that considered deliberation? And then promptly gifts another 10 memberships on top of that. We had a few before. Greeners comes in again with one says, Judge, before letting juror get their medicine, let's write the jury instruction about it and check your brackets. He preserved it for the record. The judge literally said, let the record reflect that this is what happened.
Call from.
This is Jay Bruce. I just want.
Hey, Bruce. What was the first name?
Yeah, it's Bruce from Oregon.
Bruce, how are you doing? What's on your mind? Make
sure
you turn down your.
The last time. What's that?
Make sure the TV's turned down, and we're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, my TV's down. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just on my phone.
All right.
Okay, so I've never seen anything like that. I just wanted to say, do you think the judge would have told us what's for lunch and what they're drinking and what time? What are they going to have for dinner?
It's probably going to be stapled to the record. He hasn't read it off yet, but he seems to be involved in every detail of this case. It's bizarre. What do you think about this slush fund at the clerk's office? And it's not like they have a bank account. They're not saying there's a bank account we can pay for this or that we're going to cover that. He says there's a fund located at the clerk's office. That sounds like hard currency to me. There's a drawer full of cash, and I don't know. It gets me. I can realize a small business can have a petty cash drawer. That's fine. But when you come to a government agency and you have a drawer full of cash, there's a lot of explaining to do. Who monitors? How much? How did it get there? Where else does it go? I have questions about the petty cash drawer in the clerk's office.
I would say so too. That's a little strange. Have you seen anything like this ever like this? I mean, I never have. But.
We've seen some funny questions before, but I've never seen what happened here. I mean, this was a funny question. Sometimes when something like this happens, the judge will come out and just make a note. Just FYI, jury said, hey, you need a medication. They went and got it. This is not something you need to call the prosecution and defense on. The case does not hinge on this. The jurors have been instructed what to do. We, just like with witnesses, we expect that they're telling the truth when they testify. We expect the jurors follow the admonition of the court when they're told not to deliberate when they're not all together. And to blow this up into a huge, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Was bizarre.
It is. All right, thank you, sir.
Appreciate
your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Bruce.
Bye-bye.
The judge to the juror says, wipe your minds. Don't think about anything. A giant Stay Puft Marshmallow Man barrels into the courtroom. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm used to seeing the judge when the judge usually knows where his field is, where he should play. Right? He knows the limits of what he controls. And when the jury starts deliberating, man, he is not in control. He is like a back seat, and he's not a backseat driver. The jury really controls the pace and everything, and sometimes he can inquire in certain ways, very, very limited amounts. He can inquire, but in this case, he seems to be involved in the decisions the jury should get to choose. The jury should be able to say, the foreman of the jury should have been able to decide this and say, hey, we have one of us that says you need to go get your meds for whatever, your heart. You got the heart palpitations, you need your medication. We're gonna stop. We're gonna put our pencils down. We're gonna sit silently. We're gonna meditate a little bit. Bailiff, if you want to get another bailiff to walk this one out to the car, done. The judge didn't even need to be informed of that. I mean, this regular courtroom protocols could have taken care of this. All right, you guys are some of your comments I cannot read, but they are hilarious. I worry more about the DOD accounting for billions. Key West petty cash could care less. All right, they're both waste, fraud, and abuse, right, Vince? I mean, I've worked in a federal government environment. I can tell you that it exists. I've seen very, very expensive equipment, equipment with the same number of commas before, the same number of characters before and after the comma, be ordered, delivered, sat empty, and then sold for pennies on the dollar, or sat unused and then sold for pennies on the dollar.
To accept.
Marilyn C., how are you doing this afternoon? Hopefully you don't need to use the restroom or run to your car for meds. Because we'd all have to meet together.
I'll take my phone with me. You guys can all come with me. I will make sure I do not mute it when I'm tinkling.
Thank you for that. Marilyn, what's on your mind?
This is so ridiculous, in my mind. And I'm thinking, what could be more ridiculous than this, except for I do have, another kind of, not trial, but I do have another thought. Mm-hmm. I've been thinking about another case, and it is about egg rolls. Egg rolls.
Okay, you piqued my curiosity.
Okay. Why did Mrs. R.A. take a bite of your egg rolls yesterday and not today? And I think it's totally suspect that she might, have claimed that she was like being a poison tester yesterday, but she didn't do it today. So what's up with that?
Are you saying I should be concerned for my health? Because she left me alone. I'm all by myself now. Because if there was something in the egg rolls, it's gonna. You'll see what happens right here live on camera. Just kidding.
Right. Her defense there that she was just doing it for that purpose kind of flies in the face that she doesn't do it today, and then she's giving you egg rolls again.
Yes, egg rolls 2 days in a row.
But that's how.
I can tell you why we have egg rolls 2 days in a row. Today is shopping day, which means the fridge is bare and the freezer is down to just the things we never eat. We just keep in there forever that have all the ice build up on them.
Right.
So she's out shopping right now for something other than egg rolls.
Making sure. Right. So I would suspect that it wasn't poison testing. It was just to make sure it wasn't mushy.
Yeah. She was just making sure it was good. It was good. That was all.
Okay.
Oh, that's
anyway,
funny.
I just kind of wanted to go off into something that was more ridiculous than what we're watching.
It's a bit of a stretch to find something worse than that, but crazy. Thank you so much.
I think I found it.
Egg roll trial coming up next. So, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to see what the jury says about that.
Well, they're going to want samples. I know that. So we'll see
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good one. We'll see it.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. How can you leave egg rolls in your freezer and not eat them right away? Well, we bought them frozen. So I have to listen. I'm expecting a delivery of cameras today. Cameras and controllers for our courtroom. We're moving forward on our progress of getting equipment so we can be the pool camera in trials. I'm moving forward on that. Some of that equipment arrives today, our first installment in that. And it needs a signature when it arrives, and I'm the only one here. So I've got like all the doors to the house open and big signs on there saying the doorbell's broken, knock loud. Hopefully, if they show up, I will hear the knock. I visualized the judge stamping his feet under the desk. Let's see. Weebug says Recovery Addict payback for throwing her under the bus after requesting the blizzard yesterday. Yes. We bought them frozen. Yes, these are frozen. They're instant food. That's what it is. I realize you can go to a restaurant and get them hot, but we bought them in bulk at Sam's Club, which is why we buy most of our stuff. It's not. I guess it's not an egg roll. It's a spring roll. A spring roll, and it might be like night and day difference. I call them the same thing. I like spring rolls better than egg rolls. This one has like carrots in it. That makes it a spring roll, right? Spring rolls have a different wrapper. I think these ones are deep fried, if that makes... I don't know my foods very well. You guys would actually be astounded at how little variety I have in my regular menu. I find some things I like and I eat them over and over. They were very good, very good. Never had frozen ready-made. Georgina, they were really good. They're really good. We buy them in a package. I think they come in like 20 to a package, and you can just stick them in the microwave. And, I think it's like 3 minutes each, and they're done. And now I want some Sam's Club Deli chicken. Honestly, AES, if you guys don't know what Sam's Club Deli chicken is, imagine the yummiest, most aromatic, beautiful flavor of rotisserie chicken you've ever smelled. And then times that by like 10, and that's what Sam's Club has. And they set up their store so that the rotisserie chicken is always at the farthest point from the door. So you have to walk through everything else to get to the rotisserie chicken, and it's a steal. It's like $4 for a rotisserie chicken, hot, ready, straight out of the oven. And but you have to walk through everything else to get to it, and then back out again. So it's it's the bait that brings you into the store. Okay, just ordered Macy's in time for food talk. Food talk is here. Lunch is over, but we can still talk about what we had. Okay. All right. Who is here? Kathy, you microwaved an egg roll. You need an air fryer. Kathy, you have to understand this about me. I just barely got one of those Instant Pots. The Instapots. I know I'm behind the times, but I've been scared to death of newfangled kitchen devices. I'm on board with a toaster. Okay, a couple of years into our marriage, we bought a waffle iron. A while after that, we actually got one of those sandwich cooker irons, like a grilled cheese sandwich cooker, which is like a waffle iron but different shape, I guess. We've always been a little bit behind the times when it comes to new technology in the kitchen, and the air fryer is just too new. It might as well be AI, for all I'm concerned. Nobody really knows if it's real or not and how it works. So we'll give it a few more years, and then we'll pick up an air fryer. All right, egg rolls also have cabbage. Corey says, my lovely wife made me banana and blueberry pancakes for lunch. If you guys can't see, I opened the blinds, like the shutters. You can see cars going by. I expect the FedEx guy to park right out here. And so I'm watching every time a car goes by. I have to see if it's the FedEx guy. Because I know the guy's going to walk up to the door, see the sign that says doorbell broken, and just turn around and decide not to bring all my heavy packages up to the house and just tell me that I missed it. All right. As far as deliberation time, let's go back to that. Just one second. We've just passed the 3-hour mark on deliberation for the jury. I don't know. I think I'm a little worried at this point. Good Vibe Stacy, welcome to the gallery, Green Courthouse. Thank you very much for your continued support. Now's a good time as any to announce that tonight we have our regular podcast. Weather Watch and I will be on together talking about things that are not relevant to this case. We have the Not Relevant podcast every Thursday night. It is at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We would like all of you to be there. Consider this a personal invitation from me to you to join us on the podcast. I know it's late. A couple of you will probably be sound asleep in bed, and we'll give you a pass. You can watch it on the replay. But we'd love for you to join. We always have a fun time. We always talk about some things that'll make you laugh. It will lighten your soul if you're having a rough time. Very few people ever leave the Not Relevant podcast and say, well, that was a waste of time. They probably feel that in their hearts that it was a waste of time, but it was a good waste of time, one they don't regret. So we'd like you to join us, please. It's a live podcast that you can be part of. We are on our season 2. I believe if you count all the episodes up, we're right around 50. So it's we're not new at this, but we definitely are still still learning. Me especially. But we'd like you to learn with us. So please join us on the podcast. It will be fantastic. Tonight at 8 o'clock for the Not Relevant podcast. Sponsored by, no sponsors. All right. It looks like a kid waiting on all the Christmas to be delivered at once. Here's the best part Here's the best part, Lynn. As soon as they arrive, I can open them. I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait for like some arbitrary date on the calendar to open my packages. They get here. They have my name on them. I open them. It's like that. It's not like people don't need to sing to me before I open them. It's just a done deal. All right. Broken Baker is here. Says all the cool things happen when I sleep. Well, Broken Baker, in our defense, you live on the wrong side of the world for the things that you're interested in. You live on the side that's in the shady part when the sun is up over here, which makes it difficult. But it's good to see you here, my friend. Welcome. Congratulations on the passing the 2K mark on the subscribers. That was awesome. Let's see. Good Vibe Stacy says, I was on a death penalty case, and we actually had a bathroom in the deliberation room. It was so weird to share with men and women. I'm in Florida, and we are whacked down here. It's like, we're a little bit weird. At least you know it. Good Vibe Stacy. That's interesting. So, outhouse in the deliberation room. See. Not being named, but I need a bathroom break. If RA and everyone in chat could please sit quietly until I return, that would be great. Thanks in advance. Well, I guess all we can do at this point is just sit here and I guess we'll do this one. Genjo, if you could just report when you're back, we'll continue at that point. No talking, no deliberating, please. With Jen not here, we don't have a full quorum. The jury's not all in attendance. You know, as a parent, let me just say, if there are others of you that also need a break, now would be a good time to do it, so we don't like send out one after the other after the other. Emily D. Baker says they use the unused jury bathrooms for pooing privacy away from the main bathrooms. They were the good ones. If you really need a moment away, use the jurors' bathrooms. They have the least interruptions. We need a bathroom sign. We are going to put a pill bottle. I guess we could do that while we're waiting. We'll keep the music going just for a minute, but we're going to put a pill bottle on the trial picture. Let's go over there now. keep the music going because I like it. Okay, let's see. Full screen so I can see what we're doing. Pill bottle. Thinking more of a photo might be good here. Like this one here. See, the background makes it not work very well, but if we do this, we edit the photo. This is what I love about Canva. I just do a background remover. Take that all away, so now it's transparent. We'll crop it down a tiny bit because we don't need all this extra space around it. And it's obviously just a wee bit bigger than we need. Let's see, it's going to be falling out of the truck. Is that good? Or maybe under the truck? Oh, behind the pharmacy, behind the pharmacy. There we go. Okay, let's zoom in just a tiny bit. About like so. And then we'll send it back a couple layers. Okay, let's zoom out on that. How does that look? Is that too big? Shrink it down a little. Oops, I just added a page. I don't need to do that. Okay, so we have the pills. I think that works. Smaller still. If we go too small, they're not going to be visible. We'll have to really make them stick out here. Let's see, the tire tracks. What about by the brick? Is that okay? Man, that's a good song. I like that one. Let's move it over. It's going to be behind the brick, like that. The brick and the pills, not over the floor. Yeah, that's good. We got it. Perfect. All right, all in good time. Did we have our missing juror, missing addict? Are we all back? Genjo, you're with us? Okay. It's just peeking out. That's it. All right, we're going to go back to the regular view here. Genjo, you're here. Wonderful. We can continue. Where were we? Where were we before we were so rudely interrupted by your absence? In Through the Outdoor, it says you need a legend. There's a lot on this picture. I realize this. Let me bring it up full screen so you can see what the picture looks like. Just one second. Let's see here. Download. Nope. Buzz. All right. Give me just 1 second to get the picture up, and I'll show you full screen what it looks like. Nope, I messed it up. I had one job, and I messed it up. Okay, here we go. Still downloading. There's a lot to download. Okay, now it's here. Okay. Here we go. Here's our picture. Here's what we have. I'm going to turn off the chat window, and I'll turn me off as well here. This is the image as it stands right now for the trial. There's a lot on here. There's a lot. Can you spy? I spy with my little eye, the devil. A key lime cake, a little pot in the window. We've got Woody's hat. I see a door handle that's ajar, a chessboard. Let's see, we've got the coconut telegraph. Starbucks is here. Detroit's represented. We have a blue tarp. Crack is present. We've got late 5 times. The bicycle, man, that looks blurry. The bicycle, I'm not liking the shadow of the bike very much. $100 bill, Eeyore's here. We've got a pirate with the parrot, a little poop emoji, the copy machine, the butler bailiff, a sunk pirate ship, the circus. We have Fireball up in the sky, the police, the monitor, the CCTV monitor up there in the palm tree. A lot happening in the bottom corner with SVC Pharmacy, not to be confused with CVS. We're not trying to insinuate anything about CVS. We've got a brick, which does not make a wall. Some pills hiding behind that. A flashlight. Sleeping bear by the reflecting pool. We've got the tire tracks. A chalk outline with some spilled ketchup. The judge, angry judge in the back of the truck. I see a representation of Tucker peeking through the window there in the truck. No indication, though, in the trial. No evidence that he ever was. We also have the scratch marks, the key marks on the car. We've got Tom Thumb with a thumbs up we've got an investigator, a spy. Let's see, what else? Have I missed anything? The crime scene do not cross. The treehouse, obviously. The trailer. Scuba gear. Budweiser on the ground with the Captain Morgan. I think that's about it. I think that's everything. Amy Manty gifted 1 membership. Thank you very much, Amy. And following that, we have a sensationally social with Beth. Says, maybe a pile of crumpled pieces of paper surrounded with brackets for the jury instructions debacle. We have brackets around the truck. If you look just above the red truck, we have an open and closed bracket just flying off because the judge is furious with them. Amy, thank you very much for a generous donation. I think you gifted 2 memberships, one after the other. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but thank you very much. KQD says, well, I was right. My original estimate of 1 to 3 hours for the verdict was not sufficient. I hope I'm also not wrong about the final verdict. We all hope the same on this one. And yet, no Matt Bonnet, sadly fitting, says Greeners. Unfortunately, Matt is only represented in chalk outline, which is about as much as he was noted in this trial at all. Let's see. All right, anything to represent Matt? Just the chalk outline. That's all we have. Got a call coming in. Let's see who this is.
Call from
May Gould.
May, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm trying to wrap my head around what just happened.
Good luck. Good luck. What's your best synopsis?
Why did the guy or the person leave his medicine in the car?
Well, I wonder. I wonder if it's medicine that you only need if you need it. Okay, so let's say it's if you have asthma and you've got an inhaler. And here you are in the jury room, and you've been sitting calmly for the last 2 weeks, and you haven't needed it because you're pretty much relaxed. And then in the jury room, you get down there, and you're thinking, oh, great, we're all going to vote the same. We're all on the not guilty side. And you find out that there's somebody else who's adamantly on the guilty side, and you're trying to discuss with them the finer points of your argument, and it may get a little loud, it may get a little heated, and you've called a few names, and you've stood up and you've thrown some paper across the room, and pretty soon you realize you're I can't breathe, I need my inhaler, quick, get the bailiff. 30 minutes later, the judge has called everyone to the courtroom to decide if you get your inhaler or not. Well, you're busy on the floor passing out because your throat is closing off.
Well, if anything could give you an asthma attack this trial.
Yeah. I get it just looking at the courthouse color walls, the key lime walls.
It's the craziest thing I've ever watched. And, yeah, I'm with you. I've sat on a jury, and you get up and go to the bathroom. I mean, they don't... that was just nuts.
It's crazy. I realize that they have to make sure protocol's followed, and I don't fault the judge for doing that. We all want to make sure that the process was followed, and that was good. But the automatic jump to we don't trust the jury, that just seems sleazy. That just seems wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, we've trusted them to this point. I mean, we might as well, start dragging them up and call all their family members and see if they've discussed this trial at home, because they had an opportunity to do that.
Well, I've been tampered with as a juror or a potential juror. It hadn't even gotten to being a jury being picked, and I was tampered with. And it's called embracery, and it's illegal. You cannot do that.
Right.
And so now, whenever I get called for a jury, I just tell them, I just do not do this.
It's like, you probably don't want me. They're like, we probably don't. You're right.
But it's good to talk to you. I pulled my membership, but I'm watching you.
May, just love that you're here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
All right.
We'll see you. Bye. All right. Tampered with, like the seal was broken, is what she's saying. Her seal was broken. I don't know. Is that? Hang on. A truck just pulled up and honked. Don't go anywhere, guys. Don't go anywhere. This might be This might be it. All right, it was not what I thought. Carrie Bear, give me a call back. I accidentally hung up on you walking out to the car. All right, no verdict yet. No verdict yet. We're going to kill the circus music as well. Barbara says, I keep asking, but you never answer me. We need a T-shirt with a thumbnail on it. I would buy one. We might do something, Barbara, something cheaper. I have a hard time just selling merchandise for trials because trials have, I don't know. I'm conflicted. Let's try that.
Call from Carrie Bear.
Carrie Bear, can you hear me?
Yes, it's me again.
Thank you. Sorry for hanging up on you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I wanted to say about the last caller that even though we don't know who the juror was that needed the medicine, I think maybe we can figure out it was a man, because most females, we have everything with us in our purse. But, it's harder to bring the whole pharmacy in your pocket.
So women would have everything with them is what you're saying.
I think so. I know I always do. The Girl Scouts taught me to always be prepared. So I usually have everything in my purse. But I was actually calling with a theory that I wanted to propose. And I'm wondering, was this a test to try to figure out who the jurors, or at least this juror, was believing? Because maybe they didn't have anything in their car, but maybe after sitting through this trial, you might fear that they're going to plant some evidence in your car, and then you will be the next Tyrone Tucker.
Maybe that it could happen to you moment that was objected to during Tyrone's closing resonated with this juror.
Exactly.
Like, I just need to check my car. It's been here too long. They could have planted something.
So it's not looking good for the prosecutors because this person said no.
I don't know. If we follow this too far down we'll need a tinfoil hat in the picture. So we have to be careful how far we go into the conspiracy side of things. But there's unfortunately too much truth to it. So.
I did warn you that today is a full moon, although
yes,
I don't know if we can blame the full moon because the whole trial has been like this. So
yeah. Well, awesome, Carrie Bear. Appreciate it. We'll give it some thought. I don't think that was it, but it's fun to think about if that was possibly the reason.
Thanks,
all right.
Scott.
Thanks, Care Bear. See you.
Bye.
Bye. Fun fact. I have a Care Bear hanging from my rearview mirror in my vehicle. I'm not a Carrie Bear, a Care Bear. and it's the green. It's Lucky Care Bear, and all my siblings, and I have a lot of siblings. Put up all your fingers. That's how many siblings there are in the family. All my siblings also have a Care Bear hanging from their rearview mirror, which I believe is illegal in pretty much every state, for the record. I'm fairly certain you're not allowed to have anything hanging from your rearview mirror while you drive. But we do it because no one stopped us. And we all have different Care Bears. We've been assigned or given or gifted or chosen a Care Bear of our own. And I have Lucky Care Bear, the green one, because I like metal detecting. And, I could use the luck. So, all right, hang on. My son just got home. 1 second. All right. So Lucky is the best one. I thought so, but it was assigned to me as well. Did Mom give it to you? I don't know who sent it to me. At least I don't remember. I just know that there was a package. They said, your rearview mirror item is arriving. And I put it up. Do they have to reach a verdict today? Kay, they do not. That's a good question. They don't have to reach a verdict today. The judge has insinuated quite strongly when he went over the verdict form. He said, here's a spot for where you're at the date. And today's date is the 25th. That's the date you should reach a verdict. I think that was his exact words. So I think he insinuated that you should come to a conclusion today. Let's see. Diane says, I had a phone call that was lengthy. Can you tell me what the verdict was, if any? No verdict yet. No verdict. It was a question, and the question was, should we allow the jurors to go get
the Winslow Wonder?
The Windville Wonder?
Winslow Wonder.
Windwell. Too many W's. You're killing me with your name. Windwell Wonder.
There's a few.
How are you doing?
Hey, doing fine. How are you doing, RA?
I'm doing great. Can I finish the question that I was answering?
Yeah.
Okay. The question was, what was the verdict? It was actually a question from the jury asking if they could go get the medication they need to live from their car. And the judge debated it with prosecution and defense and the bailiff until he came up with a reasonable solution, which was to finally pull all the jurors in, make them sit there silently while the one person stood up, went out with the bailiff to the car, get the medication, came back in, and then went back and deliberated. Luckily, they didn't die. So, Windwell Wonder, how are you doing?
Good. So I just kind of had some thoughts on this, and I'm guessing just since the proximity to like lunchtime, I wanted it. Maybe there's medication that they needed to take with food, or they were supposed to take every day at lunch, and they just forgot it.
Yeah,
is kind of my thought.
And now they have to take it with cold food because they sat there in the jury in the jury box waiting while their food was getting cold.
Yeah, and I know some people in the chat and had issues with like the escorting out, which like that's fine for me because it's just one juror leaving, and it's like, yeah, you maybe want to just make sure that they get their fine or whatever. But like having all the jurors sit in the jury box, like. That's the ridiculous part to me. It's so weird.
And the part that the judge said, we're not going to identify which one of you it is, but everyone's going to sit here while that person stands up and walks out. It's like,
totally
define identify. Maybe you keep using that word, and I don't think it means what you think it does.
Well, not to mention that they were probably in the jury room, and the person that needed the meds was like probably like, oh man, I forgot my meds or something.
Yeah, it's not like they're. I'm going to slip a note to the jury foreman silently. I hope he doesn't out me for saying I need medication.
For anything, I need to go get my medication. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're going to have to tell me what's the story behind your name.
Well, so Winslow, Winslow, is it's my last name, and it was a kind of a nickname that a football coach gave to me. I was the Winslow Wonder. So
was it I wonder how he does what he does, or I wonder when he's going to do what he should do?
Well, so I was the biggest man on the football team, but he always said I had the best footwork out of the whole team. So
it's the first one.
He also just gave her, he just kind of gave me, he gave everybody just kind of weird nicknames. He was small town football coach kind of guy. So.
That's awesome. Love it. Winslow Wonder, thank you very much for your call. Appreciate it. Call again sometime. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll see you.
Have a good one.
Bye. Greeners, you mean jurors can be married? This just in, breaking news. they've been breaking for lunch. They probably didn't realize they wouldn't. I heard that they were going to deliberate through lunch. I hear Mrs. R.A. is home. I hear bags of food being placed on the counter. This is a good thing. Who was this? That was Winslow Wonder on the phone right then. If the jury doesn't come back to a verdict today, does the bailiff need to escort them to their motor vehicles? Britta, they have not been sequestered. This is something that we used to see a lot more. At least we used to hear about it a lot more. I guess we only heard about big cases, but when you fully sequester a jury, they stay at your hotel. The court puts them up, and this is probably one of the reasons why they don't do it, because there's a big expense involved to that. But all the food, all the housing, you bring your change of clothes because you're going to go to a hotel and you're going to stay there, and the floor might be sealed off, and bailiffs sitting there making sure nobody gets to you, and you don't have access to, I don't know, TVs and everything else. But we don't. When's the last trial you've seen a sequestered jury? I don't think Murdaugh wasn't sequestered, was it? Do I still have my landline? It's back. Our landline is back. Yes. Back door. You're going to hear that beep a lot because the kids are bringing the groceries in. Murdaugh was not sequestered. OJ was the last one you can remember. Emer 42, one thing I super appreciate is the excellent sense of humor while never punching down. Thank you, Emer. I appreciate you perpetuating that here in chat. You can request an escort, but this happens every day in courthouses across the world. Not everyone needs an escort. Brooks during deliberations they were sequestered? It was for all 3 hours? Parkland was? So it's usually big cases that this happens in. Jury deliberated 10 hours in Casey Anthony trial. She was found not guilty. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Let's see what you got.
These are so good.
Dot's Homestyle seasoned pretzel twists, and Dot's Homestyle. Oh, here we have original seasoned, and here we have cinnamon sugar. So one is actually like a salty snack, and the other is a sugary treat, but it's the same food. They just repackaged it. One is authentic. One is authentic, and the other is sweet and toasty, which apparently is not authentic.
Okay, well, let's get
so I'll take the authentic one.
Are we still on jury?
We're on verdict watch. We came back because the judge there was a jury question. A juror member urgently needed some medication that was out in the car, and the judge wanted to deliberate with prosecution and defense about A, if it should be allowed, or B, how they should allow them to get the medication. No, I'm not. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This actually happens. I don't know. I think more people need meds after this event. Take the cinnamon sugar one, says Judy. Those are her favorite. She likes the cinnamon sugar ones. They are tasty. I've had the cinnamon sugar. I do like them, but I think I'll go with a traditional one better. I like a really salty pretzel snack. I haven't actually had a full-size pretzel ever in my life, but the little snack pretzels, mini pretzels, are good. Sweetness Forever says, Dots originated here in a small town in North Dakota. The lady eventually sold her business to Hershey, and she never had to work again. That's wonderful. That is the epitome of success. Let's see. Let me pin this message. Created by EJF, thank you. You're doing a great job with the internet. We expect you to continue throughout the day, even though your message is not pinned anymore. But we will pin this one. The jury have received their instructions, have begun deliberations. No questions have been asked that would give us any indication one way or another how the jury is leaning. Mrs. Ari also bought mushrooms. I'm not a fan of those. I don't know. I am Dave. I've never tried them. I just like pretzel stuff. Have you had cheerwine? Yes, love it. Love cheerwine. It tastes like a black cherry, Dr. Pepper. That's what cheerwine tastes like to me. Front door. Oh, I think they're looking for the cat. All right. Laura says, I'm starting to get worried. Anyone else? Yes. We're trying to talk about other things because our nerves are, I'm a bundle of nerves right now. I can't believe this. Let's see. Is the Crumbly jury being sequestered? I have not heard yet. We're going to catch up on that as soon as this trial is over. We're going to start the Crumbly trial. It may even be today. He wants to drive by Aria's house in a FedEx truck. Oh, look at this. I've got water again. I haven't drunk anything in days because we were out of water. Here we go. No, I'm kidding. I drink water, but I didn't like it. That was some tasty water.
Call from
Maryland.
Maryland, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hi, Scott. I'm not going to go into too much on the egg roll thing, but now that Mrs. R.A. is home, I think I would like to, depose her and ask her some serious questions.
Let me say this.
I'm sure that, that she could possibly answer her inconsistencies that I'm seeing right off the bat.
I'm going to wait till she's had some food because there was no food in the house for lunch and she didn't eat the egg rolls. So I think I ate the only food in the house. Let's let her get a little
Right. She didn't take
lunch.
a bite today.
Let's get her
today out of her that egg roll.
Let's let her eat some lunch and then depose her. Because
we would love
don't
to
like
depose
violence.
her for sure. No, we don't. We don't. If her blood sugar's low, we want to get that up to normal and keep her sane for sure. Otherwise we could throw this whole thing out under the she was having low blood sugar and that's why she didn't do well.
Yeah.
During her deposition.
What's the code for low blood sugar? It's not 403. I don't know.
No.
It's some excuse.
I'm usually 90. 90 is good. Under 100 is good.
Yep.
Let's do some testing to make sure that she's adequately, has her, cute food and such. Yep. But I know we're just trying to kill time at this point, and so I'm just trying to add a little humor into this situation.
We are.
But on a more serious note, I can say my husband's uncle was murdered brutally in May.
In May?
Yeah, brutally
in
May. He's 86 years old. Yeah. It was Mother's Day weekend, and I've had homicide detectives at my house because you kind of get in that circle, where they go, okay, our suspect circle is such, and then we have to go out from there.
They start close by and then they expand, yeah.
Right. And it's very stressful. It's very stressful because you think, well, what the heck? They're looking for somebody. And it was nerve-wracking, to think that, you could possibly be in that suspect pool. Yeah. Or not me, but, somebody I love, Mostly they wanted to talk to my husband, but I did the, what do you call that, exclamation point lurking. Very close by.
And close by. Yeah, I'm sorry your family's gone through that. That is terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad because even now we're January, so that's May, January, we still have no arrest in that case. It was a brutal murder. And very brutal.
Even if there was an arrest, typically a murder trial can take years to go to trial. They're very complicated. There's a lot to them. Hopefully that there's progress in there. That's must be heartbreaking to know that whoever's at fault is still out there.
It is. It's heartbreaking. But on the other hand, it's when you look at all the people they were looking at that time, a lot of us were like, oh, could it be them? Could it be this one? Could it be that one? There were so many questions. It really kind of divided everyone in a really bad way. A really, really bad way because, it usually is somebody very close to that person. But in this case, they cleared the family, and it's like, oh, I'm really sorry. I thought you did it. Like, what do you do? What do you do?
Wow.
But like coming back to like this particular case, what I see happening is they go, well, birds of the feather fly together. And so, he's in that inner circle but being a resident of, suspects doesn't necessarily make you in that suspect pool. I can't, I can't choose my neighbors, basically.
Yeah, it's crazy. In looking at this case here, the Tucker in his closing, there was one point where he basically was trying to say, you should be scared, jury. You should be scared because this could be you. And that's improper argument for a closing. That it was objected to rightfully. But I wish that earlier on in the trial, specifically with the DNA expert, that question should have been raised and basically said, can you include or exclude anyone? I mean, could this, all you can say is this is a profile? I mean, how many people can you exclude with the profile you've got? Just to give the jury an actual picture of just how wide open there was someone else, but we don't know who that picture was.
Right. So yeah, I'm normally a jokester, but on this one I'm not, because I do understand how that works, and it's not really a great thing to be in that situation. And I do feel for Tucker because I haven't seen anything that has connected him to this at all. They can't place him there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Crazy. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. I'm sorry you went through that or going through that. Thanks for sharing your experience for sure. Gives us perspective.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Fingers crossed. Here we go.
Tell Mrs. R.A. that the deposition and interrogatories are on their way.
Yes. I can't wait. It's going to be great. All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
You have a good one. Bye.
Can you imagine Mrs. R.A. being deposed in this matter?
Call from
Heather.
Good afternoon, Heather. How was your lunch?
Hey, R.A. Oh, good, very good. Very good. My daughter feeds me well. She's an awesome cook.
Oh, lucky.
So how are you today?
I'm doing great.
How was your lunch?
It was 4 egg rolls, and then I snacked a little bit from the kids. They had some chicken nuggets that they'd cooked as well, and I had a couple of those. And now Mrs. R.A. has brought me treats, so I'm going to be fat and happy and probably taking a nap sooner than I should this afternoon.
Right? All that food. I had a pseudo Thanksgiving meal my daughter made me, so that was very good. And my cat was very upset with me because I wouldn't give her any. So she just sat here and watched me eat. Yep.
My cat
looked at me and
if I'm eating something, it meows. It won't stop meowing.
Oh yeah.
And even if it knows I can't hear it because it's outside, and it's just it's just like it sees my mouth moving, it wants to as well.
Oh yeah. She's my indoor cat, so she just sits there and she'll like she's like my little puppy. The only time she really meows is if she brings me a toy that she wants me to play with her. She'll come up and she'll drop it and she'll meow because she wants me to pick it up and throw it for her. She plays catch with me. She's super cute. Yeah. But first of all, I wanted to say sorry to our last caller. Yeah, and go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was going to ask what's on your mind. That's go ahead. I won't interrupt.
Oh gosh. Well, first of all, I guess the jury, that poor juror, and I think if I recall correctly, it was actually Ty that suggested that the bailiff go with him. It was the judge that suggested either he go to the car and get his medicine or the bailiff go to his car, either way. And Ty was like, well,
the judge
how about
suggested
the bailiff
do it.
With?
Judge suggested the bailiff,
do it,
which is like a huge
or
no-no.
the person go. Right.
If I get pulled over,
and
I don't let a
you
cop
said
go through my car unless
no.
you've got probable cause.
Right.
There's nothing in that to find.
And I was thinking the same thing. Right. No, don't do it yourself. And Ty was then like because the judge said the bailiff first, and you were like, no, and then the judge was like, or you can go and do it yourself, or he can go and do it himself. And then Ty was like, oh, well, I think that the bailiff should go with him. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? So now, like, jurors are gonna start thinking, I don't want to be a juror, because first of all, you have the whole thing that went on with juror 1, and now you have this thing. Now Ty's got the bailiff walking out of the courthouse with this poor juror who's done nothing wrong. Okay, you got the public walking by, seeing this person walked out with the bailiff. Okay, now paint this picture in your head. He's being walked to his car, watched unlock his car, watched reaching in his car to grab something out, watched locking his car door, and then walked back into, you know what I mean? What does that look like? This poor guy.
It is weird, but I understand why they had the bailiff, and it wasn't because they didn't. It wasn't. It was because they didn't trust the jeweler.
It was. But
right.
I suggested it. The judge was okay with letting the juror go out by himself.
I didn't hear that part.
It's his personal medication prescribed to him, and it's his right to go out and get his personal medication prescribed to him from his own car in his own, you know what I mean? He's a juror. It's his civic duty to sit on the panel. And he was chosen in voir dire to do that. He's prescribed that medication. He should be able to go and get his medication from his personal vehicle. There's no law that says he can't go out to his vehicle. Is there a law that's saying that they can't have lunch outside the property of the courthouse?
I heard it differently than you did. I heard the judge say the bailiff go. I'd never heard the judge say that the juror should go by himself. I thought Ty was sort of helping the juror out, not like putting the bailiff in his back pocket.
But which is right? Is it a law that the bailiff has to walk the juror to his car to retrieve medication that's prescribed to him? Like, if the juror needs to leave are the jurors, when they walk into, they're not let out for cigarette breaks at all? They're not let out of the courtroom at all the entire day?
I'll tell you this, the judge controls the courtroom. It sort of operates sort of outside the laws and under the law at the same time. The judge rules on this. We're going to let it go on this front. I've got a bunch of other calls that are trying to get through, so I appreciate the call.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay.
But
no problem. And I wasn't trying to argue with you at all. I'm just saying.
No, I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, and I love you, chat. Love you, RA and RA fam. Bye-bye.
Yep, we'll see you. Bye. All right. Thank you. I am Dave says, I am the law. I am the law. Okay, let's see who we have here.
Call from
Taminator 61.
Taminator, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing just great.
Okay. I just had a comment when the young lady that called a couple calls before now, she mentioned somebody had been brutally murdered in her family. And, you know, I totally get that because my dad was murdered in 1982. And although it's been a long time and, you know, the feeling, the sharpness of the blade never goes away. So I sympathize with her, because of what she's gone through. However, the guy who killed my dad was caught 4 days later and tried and sat on death row for 18 years before they finally carried out his sentence. So it was very difficult. So I just kind of, I don't know, I was compelled to call in and tell her how much I sympathize with her because it is very difficult.
Most of us don't have that kind of experience. Haven't been where you are and have felt what you felt. And
exactly. And post-traumatic is very real. And it just never goes away. But, you know, I sit here and I watch you every day and talk to people in chat. And I appreciate what you do, breaking it down, because I did sit in the trial of the guy who, you know, the murder trial here in Indiana, and I sat through it. I was young, but very, now when I watch him, I can see a different perspective when I'm watching the trials here. So I appreciate what you do, and I love true crime, and I love digging in. You know, right now the Delphi killings here in Indiana are big every day, and that's going to be an interesting one. But anyway, I appreciate what you're doing, and how kind you are, and everybody in chat is very kind, because I've sat in some and don't sit them anymore because people are very hateful, and we all have a common goal, and that's to get justice for people. So, better go. I see something on the screen.
We saw the judge's head. That's all it was.
Oh.
I didn't get any audio. No audio with it, but we just saw his head, and so there might be something happening. But we'll see. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Hey, sure.
We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Appreciate all the different perspectives and opinions. Let's pay a little attention here to the court to see if we hear anything else. We're about 10 minutes shy of 4 hours of deliberation right now. As the timer's still going here. But he came in to get his water. Is that it, M. Young? His mug. He can't go anywhere without that mug, or the bailiff to fill it up. Let's see. Fingers crossed. I'm not seeing any motion. So, there he is. See, we saw his head. He is in the courtroom, or he might be leaving now. But that's all I saw. I just wanted to let you know that we are keeping a very close eye on the courtroom, literally. And if something happens, we're going to bring it to you as soon as it does. 4 hours into deliberation. Let's see. Bill Huff says I voted on the 3 to 6 hours. That was my pick. Remember, some of that time they ordered food, and the food had arrived. The food had already arrived by the time that we had the medication question. And that question came in at 145 minutes, roughly. So in that time, they probably already picked a foreman, because that was the first thing they're supposed to do. And then they also ordered their food, and it arrived. So they probably... You can probably take about an hour off the deliberation time of actual deliberations with everything else they have to do. Jury is not sequestered. If they do go more than a day, they will be going home tonight and then coming back in the morning. Let's see, we've got another call here. Oops.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hi, this is Recovery Addict 2's on the phone.
Hi, this is Becky.
Hey, Becky. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I'm one of your watchers from the TV, so I don't get to interact with that. But just want you to know that I'm out here. Love watching you.
Wonderful. We have a couple Beckys, but you're not the ones we're thinking of. So.
I'm thinking that somebody is saying not guilty and all the rest are guilty. Somebody's saying not guilty and all the rest. I think they're waiting.
You think they're hung?
I think they're hung. I think there's one holdout.
So if they are hung, if they cannot come to an agreement, if there's no one who's going to budge, eventually they have to come back to the judge and tell him this, right? They have to say, Judge,
right.
We are not able to reach a conclusion. It doesn't stop right then. The judge then issues.
No, the judge is going to go.
The Allen charge. Yeah, you get the grr, and then he gets a little stern, and he's like, look, we've gone through all this effort. You guys are the jurors. You are the ones that are supposed to decide this case. I can't decide it for you. You have all the evidence. Go back there, look at everything, listen to everybody else, and see if you can come to an agreement. And that's called an Allen charge. or a dynamite charge, and trying to break up the logjam. And then, if they still can't find an agreement, at that point, they would come back and there would be a hung jury. And you wonder, would the state bring this case again?
Probably, but they shouldn't.
Because the amount of eyeballs on this case at the end of the trial are much higher than the beginning. There's scrutiny. There's people talking about this. Okay, this is not something that's just happening in a little courtroom down in the corner of Key West. This has some attention, and it might be some unwanted attention. I mean, politics gets involved, unfortunately. So.
Yes. Well, and if there is, God forbid, that happens, at least Ty can come in with a string of lawyers.
If he wanted to, yeah. I guess once he has the attention, bring the lawyer back and let's do this again. You try to pull what you tried to pull against me. That would be interesting.
Well, I'll let you go because I know you're really, really busy, but I really love your channel, and thanks for being out there.
Thank you so much, Becky. It's great to make your acquaintance. We'll see you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. We have a lot of viewers who watch only on the TV, and it's very hard to like a channel using your TV. Most TVs, it's difficult to find that button and use your remote to click the like button, which is why oftentimes our like count is so low. As it is today, we only have 832 likes, but we have about 2,600 people with us. So I assume that the let's see, that would be 20. Well, the 1,800 viewer watching on the TV and can't like it. Is that how it works? I have to do the math backwards. I can like on my TV, says Sandra. Good. Use your TV. Click the like button. It does help. We appreciate it. I rarely openly ask for that, but I can tell you after looking at all the metrics that just by clicking the like button, it does things on the YouTube end, and it helps the channel out. It brings new people. It puts our feed when people are looking for something to watch, and YouTube has done its research and it knows what people are interested in. It matches us up with them a little easier. So appreciate that. 6 Volt says it was my fault. I had forgotten to click it. My fault. No problem. Thank you, 6 Volt. Meg, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. I love that yellow courthouse. Thank you, Meg. Appreciate that. I'm trying to see what the picture is. Do you see this picture? Meg, what is your profile picture? I mean, I can see what I presume is you. What is on the other half of the picture? Meg, please call. Please call. I need to know what this is.
From Crystal.
Crystal, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, it's a macaw. Sorry, Crystal. I'm doing great. I just figured out that you guys told me. That makes sense. I'm doing great. What is on your mind today, Crystal?
So Ty posted a little while ago on his Facebook page that if the verdict, quote unquote, goes south, he won't go directly to jail. Is that true? Like he'll stay out on his bond until sentencing? If he's found guilty.
I believe that would be true for everything except for being found guilty of first-degree murder, where there is a mandatory minimum of life in prison, where if that's the case, generally we see it carried out immediately because there's no change. So normally I would say yes, that's true. If they come back with a lesser included, I would say yes, that's true. But if they come back with guilty as charged, I believe they would take him in custody immediately.
Okay. Well, I hope whoever he's talking to lets him know that.
He's got good counsel, and I'm not sure what they mentioned to him or where he saw that. It may be the case. I mean, this court does things differently, and every court is a little bit different. So,
right. Alrighty. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Meg Osborne.
Meg.
Hello.
Meg.
Hi.
I can see it now. I can see the macaw. For some reason, it looked like a dog, like a green dog, when I was looking at it.
I know.
Like,
all right.
What is that?
Listen, no drugs.
It's my bad eyesight. I'm blaming it on that. Do I actually hear the parrot in the background?
No, you actually hear my TV in the background, and I'm trying to walk away from it. But I have to tell you how I came across your channel.
Okay.
My oldest son, I have 2 boys in the Army. My oldest was in, I kid you not, a Chinook helicopter crash.
Wow.
All 22 survived.
Oh, good.
But you don't know anything, right? So you're stuck in your head and wondering. So I'm on YouTube just randomly, and I found you, and oh my God, I have been living on you ever since.
Well, welcome. I'm glad you found us. I'm glad your son and everyone else in the helicopter survived. Those, unfortunately, those Chinook helicopters. You've got 2 sets of rotating blades, and a lot of energy. I mean, it takes a lot of motor power to move those helicopters and make them fly. And when they come down, it's not pretty.
And I do believe Jesus was like an E6 that day, sitting on that, with that helmet on, night vision.
That's awesome.
Gonna hurt, guys. We'll be all right.
Yeah, that's good news.
All right.
Well, hey, thank you, Meg.
Keep it up. Yep. And I'll keep watching. Let's go, not guilty.
Okay, thank you. Good to hear from you.
All right.
We'll see you.
Cheers.
Bye. Fun story. I used to live actually a couple miles from a store called Bird World, and they called it Bird World, but it was actually just a full-on pet store.
Call from
I mean, they had
Jules.
They had everything.
Story. I used to.
Call from
Hey, Jules, are you there? Nope.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you.
You want finish telling your story?
Okay, it's a long one. Are you sure? I used to live next to this. It's like a mile or so from this Bird World, and Bird World was on a major highway. Okay, it was on a major highway, and I would, as a kid, like elementary kid, we're talking 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, I would run down there or ride my bike down there, and I'd walk through the store all the time, and I was always too scared. They had birds out that little birds that you could walk up to and hold and stuff, and I was always too scared to do that. I wasn't sure if it was legal or not. I don't think it was. They didn't want me messing with the birds, but they always had some macaws. And I thought one day I'll get a macaw. It never has happened, but my desire to get a parrot has also lessened because as I got older, I got to see lots of people who have birds, and birds can be messy to clean up after. They take a lot of work. Ooh, Judge is back again. Jules, talk quick. Judge is sitting on the bench.
Well, I just want to say, remember the case where just a month ago where I think her name was Shannon that shot the guy she was following,
yes,
the traffic
in Georgia.
accident.
In Georgia.
She was out on bail.
Hannah
and when
Payne.
she found guilty, yes, that's it. When she was found guilty, they locked her up right then and there. So it's going to depend on what the prosecutor says.
Yeah.
They may ask, no, we want him in custody now. He can argue, I've been out on bond, So, but I don't know. I don't know, Scott. I have a feeling that the longer this goes on, it's going to be a hung jury. And if the state is smart, they're not going to retry him.
Yeah. The sad part for that is if it is hung jury, then he never gets the moment of vindication where it's like you were wrong type thing. Instead, it leaves a question mark.
That's true.
And
I agree.
And that would be sad. I would like for him to see, that if the jury, I'd like them to come to an agreement that the state didn't prove this. But anyway.
I agree, and I'd like to also see the count, like who was for not guilty and who was for guilty, like how many.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, and
Anyway.
oftentimes the decision to retry may be based off that count. If there was one guilty and everyone else was not guilty, the decision to we're not going to retry this would be very different than if there were 11 guilties and 1 not guilty. So.
I agree, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it's been a minute, that's for sure.
Officially
right,
4 hours now. Thanks, Jules. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Let's see. Baby Gator just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Talia, bus stop juror, who this is funny because bus stop juror and then Baby Gator is a bus stop rando, gifted the memberships. I like how you guys have adopted that in your name. Thank you very much. Has been 4 hours. We've surpassed that. Going into our 5th hour of deliberation now.
Call from
Kayla.
I heard Kayla. Kayla, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's the pup's name?
Hattie. She's a fluffy corgi, and she's super fat.
Wonderful. Kayla, what's on your mind?
I'll make it super quick because I know the judge is getting ready to go on the bench, he said. So Jules mentioned Hannah Payne. So since Ty technically lives, well, not technically, he does reside in Oregon, would he be considered a flight risk?
Usually when you think of a flight risk, you think of someone who's trying to flee the country to a place where jurisdiction can't reach.
Okay.
So I don't think so. I don't think it's they're like, well, he's going to leave Florida. Yes, maybe. I would say in Ty's case there could be a fairly reasonable argument made that he would be a flight risk. Where especially you see that when you have someone who is affluent, who maybe they have the means to, if they wanted to, they could, pick up and leave. So I could see that argument being made.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. That's literally all I needed.
Yep. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. I believe the judge is seated on the bench right now. I haven't seen him get up yet. If he did, I missed it. But he said he had some other docket work, so it's possible he could literally be in court dealing with other issues, and we just don't hear about it because it's not this issue. He willingly went back to Florida. He said that. Yep. And typically on when he's out on bond, when that much money is on the line, it tends to keep people honest and not run away. We have not had a poll today, Jamie, but we mostly feel the other way. I'd say about, 75% of us feel the other direction. Judge is on the bench, but the judge has other docket work that he can address right now. He mentioned the other day that he has some court work that has to be done with inmates that are in the jail, and they're easy for him to schedule and have be brought over, so he can sort of work them around his schedule.
Call from
Baby Gator.
Baby Gator, thanks for gifting the 5 memberships. What's on your mind today?
First, you're more than welcome. So I was just seeing a lot of questions in the chat regarding if there's a hung jury. So if there's a hung jury, the prosecution will actually have to decide if they want to try to take him to trial again, which at this point, I don't think they can. They have no evidence.
Here's what happens. If they go to trial again, they have to start over from scratch. And then Ty gets to use everything he's learned and gained to this point and bring it with him to the next trial. So it's risky. It's very risky. I think that's why when we heard Mr. Mansfield, we overheard him say this is one of those trials you only get one shot at. I think he meant it. I think that if this ends in a mistrial, that they just let this one slide.
I think they would have to, because then at this point, I could go hire attorneys to file a whole bunch of motions to try to get in the evidence that he wanted for this trial. And I don't think the prosecution will be able to do it at that point.
Yeah, I think this already looks bad enough on them. If they try to do this again, it will look worse.
Oh, yeah, it's horrible. I mean, watching this whole trial, I was like, okay, it's not been proven until the closing arguments, and that actually swayed me to Ty being not guilty.
Yeah. Interesting. It's I hope we don't come to that point. I'd like to see a verdict. I'd like to see when a jury is able to hash things out and come to a conclusion. And in my mind, I'd like to see that be a not guilty.
I absolutely agree. And the longer they're taking to deliberate, the more nervous I'm actually getting about it. So,
yeah, I would say a hung jury would probably be okay for Tyrone. It means the state hasn't proved it. Unfortunately, the state would, they've waved it around like the DNA. That him not being in there means he could have been in there. it's backwards, and that would hang over him forever with that. I've been arrested for something but not convicted. I've been charged but not convicted. It's a little asterisk on the record.
Yeah, and I think we just need the verdict for vindication one way or the other, whether it's the prosecution saying, see, we had a case, or it's Ty saying, see, you didn't have a case.
Yeah. Well, Baby Gator, I just want to thank you for Minnesota Nice, Widget81, Leslie Ann Moon, Lily Hinkle, and me, Mary D, all gifted memberships by you. Thanks for your generosity today. Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah, more than happy. I've been a law nerd for about a year, and I have to tell you how my name came up, my handle. Mm-hmm. So the bus stop rando. The bus stop is obviously from the Maya jury, and then the rando comes from the Johnny Depp trial, which was the trial that actually got me to find LawTube.
Yeah,
so
that was a fun trial.
It's a combination of the two.
It was fun and frustrating at the same time. There was so much drama in that one. That was bizarre.
Absolutely.
Well, wonderful. Love the name. Thanks for your generosity. Appreciate the questions as well. We'll see you, Baby Gator.
Of course.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and thank you so much for having such a respectful chat and covering trials so respectfully. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Kind, generous people. You guys are awesome. Look at that. OG Sean White just keeps it rolling here. You guys have just kept the gift memberships rolling. Kenneth White, D Nice, Dieter Hodges, Megan Dragon, and Carol C. All gifted memberships thanks to OG Sean White.
Call from
Hope and Casey.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Is this Hope in KC?
Yes, it is. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Nervous.
Yes.
Nervous. Pins and needles.
4 hours. 4 hours of deliberation.
I know. Well, digging in deep, this is so, there's so much that, it takes somebody getting a hold of it like I do, like a bulldog with a bone, to really look at it. But there's a newspaper. It seems to have kind of went by the wayside. It's an online newspaper out of Key West called the Blue Paper.
Yeah, I've
they
read it.
are doing. They did fantastic investigative reporting, and I mean, there's so much. But one of the tidbits that just blows my mind is that the disgraced district attorney, who was in with these two very masculine sheriff women detectives, they were all friends, and she actually sued Ty and his wife, I believe, for defamation, just speaking out with the facts of what they were doing to him. And she tied him up in court in a defamation lawsuit that did get thrown out.
This is the most bizarre background story that you could ever find. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. I know. I believe at one point justice is going to be done. It might be in an appeal court, but at one point justice is going to come to this case.
Well, I think the FBI needs to be, well, not that we can trust that too much, but I think it needs to be an investigative entity needs to come down on this whole sick, corrupted system there that they've got.
It needs some looking into, for sure.
There was also a law enforcement car. I can't remember. I think her name was Noelle or Joelle, but she was in, this is on a deposition, that she was in the CVS parking lot at the time of the murder in a police car. And that never got investigated. Also, the April, Anathea drove a black sedan, which all the reports were that it was a black sedan, not a truck in the beginning.
We heard testimony there was a black sedan there when he first pulled up.
Yeah, and Anathea drove that. It's so sick, and I just wonder, I can't imagine. I think the holdout is a person who's hell-bent on conviction, but the passion of the people who will not convict an innocent or a person who there's no evidence has to be stronger than somebody, a holdout that, has fallen for this or is compromised.
Unfortunately, a lot of that evidence, that backstory, that stuff, the rules of evidence in court will make it so that never sees the light of day in a courtroom. A jury won't see that. But all of that should be viewed by the district attorney's office and honestly viewed and weighed when they go to decide if they're going to prosecute a case. And I can't believe that there's so much of this other material, this other information. I mean, how much do you need? We've got a sound effect that works really well for this. Let me see if I can find it. It'd help if I have this set up, but I don't. Let's see. There we go.
What more do you need to see?
Yeah, we've got that one. What more do you need to see? How much more of this collusion, corruption type evidence do you need to see before you can just, realize that this is corroborating evidence to Ty's story? Okay, that there is something going on in the background, that this is a setup.
There's a lawsuit.
There's a lawsuit.
I can't believe they wanted this to go in the public.
Yeah.
Why they didn't just drop the charges and not let this go to the public.
Yeah.
It's everything is mind-boggling to me. But the other thing is, so the sheriff or the state highway patrol, they are an investigative entity that should be looking into it, and the state's attorney general. And if not, then go federal investigative entities. Somehow, something's got it.
Anytime you have a law enforcement agency that's involved with something that may have been wrong, where there is either an accusation or an appearance or a possibility of some impropriety on their part, it needs to be investigated by an outside, unrelated source. Okay, there needs to be another investigative agency. Sometimes it's a neighboring county that will take over. Sometimes it's a state agency that will take over. But there has to be that level of oversight, and I don't know if that's happened here. I don't see that in what I've seen. There's clearly, I think, in my mind, enough allegations and possibility and evidence that something was wrong, that somebody should take a look at this.
I know that appeals are nearly impossible to get, but it does make me wonder if the governor couldn't, if the worst case, the travesty happens, couldn't a governor, pardon him?
Well,
or does
I don't know where the governor stands on this. We're talking about Governor DeSantis. I do know that he was up until recently heavily involved in an election year. I don't know what his plans are now, because I believe he sort of stepped down.
Maybe
from
he'll
his
start governing again.
Well, that's why we say pickles, not politics. But
campaigning,
it is difficult. Generally, it's difficult to get a politician to step in on a case. I realize sometimes donations to politicians can grease the wheels and get the attention there, but the optics of a politician stepping on a case is often used as ammunition during political cycles. And so if you have ambitions politically to do something and you do some and you make a move or you exercise power as a politician to either grant clemency or something, you know your opponent is going to take that and spin that in the light that looks least favorable to you and make it into a 60-second ad and run it during the Super Bowl. That's going to be blown up. And so sadly, what is right to do is often, or what you feel is right, is often sort of pushed aside for what will look right when that happens. And and that is wrong. And that is wrong.
And I understand like that position, because it would be like co-signing for somebody or giving even a reference on a job reference. But so many times when the politicians have went out on a limb, that person that they gave clemency to ends up committing atrocious crimes, and then that's really a political ad for them.
Yeah.
That's happened several times.
We can't get too political. We've got to go pickles, not politics.
No. But, I understand. And I'm not saying one party or the other, because they're the same. But this is the deal. This guy needs to be.
All right.
He needs to be exonerated, and in a very public way. And then there needs to be a Hollywood movie about this situation.
Yeah, that's a possibility. And
right.
There might be a movie before justice is done. A movie could be made
I hope so.
while appeal is pending, and oftentimes that look at the Netflix movie that came out that was released before justice was done there with Maya. That might be the next step. So.
Yeah, there just needs to, anyone who looks into it just a half a day or a whole day like I have will see it as clear as day.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Appreciate the call.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Got to go eat some pickles now to make up for our political talk there. All right. Let's see. We are... Let's see. We've got a lot of. I missed a couple things. Thank you very much, Vicky McCollum gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you, Vicky. I wasn't able to read off the people who received them because it scrolled by too fast. All right. Wally says it would be a very short film with this lack of evidence. Perhaps a YouTube short is the right level of video for this type of case. Let's see. Where else are we? I see some people that are spreading some information that we don't have verified yet, so we'll hold off on that. Anthony Hopkins is Recovery Addict. Who is Anthony Hopkins, Corey? Is that a compliment, or do I need to ban you? I'm not sure which one we need to do.
Call
joking,
from
of course.
Lego My Briefs.
Lego My Briefs. Good to talk to you again. It's been a little bit. How are you doing?
Yeah, it has been a bit, but never fail when there's a jury watch.
Yes.
I get itchy and I call you.
Yep.
I was just saying to myself quietly, I got to step away from my computer for a bit, and I think we're all pretty comfortable. We've gotten very cozy with what we think the outcome might be, and then it just hit me like this wave of, oh, it could flip. Starting with that really useful idiom, something that happens out of the blue is completely unexpected. Mm-hmm. And then one day out of the blue, it happens. And it might blow us all away. I think we're getting pretty cozy. What do you think?
I think we are. Obviously, we see it. We've arrived at this point. We've made decisions and assumptions and conclusions that have led us to this point. And we're
actually,
comfortable with where we stand.
We are. We're comfortable, and we're comforting each other in the fact that we all kind of, there's a few out there that agree with other YouTubers. But I'm really cozy, and I thought, I could step away. I'm going to step away for a couple hours, and then it just hit me like, wow, I'm going to miss it because I don't know. There's just part of me that says this is going to blow us out of the water.
Well, every single time, at every turn, this court has surprised us with what has proceeded.
Always.
And
you can never, ever predict.
And even in things that we knew were going to happen, the way the court conducts them has been eye-opening and shocking.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's why crime is so interesting, because it is unpredictable and it is a puzzle. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, Lego My Briefs. It's always great to talk to you.
Have a super day, and I hope I don't miss anything. So press pause on the Great Seal of the state of Florida.
Yes.
Anyway, I'll talk to you later.
Thanks a lot.
Have a good day.
We'll see you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right. So it's definitely a compliment to say that the person who played Hannibal Lecter on TV would be me. I didn't watch that show. I don't watch shows that cause me to lose sleep for weeks on end.
Call from
Ricky Watson.
Ricky Watson, how was your lunch, my friend? We got to talk a little bit before lunch.
It's pretty. Boy, I had to tell you what, I had some fried bologna with a good old sandwich there.
Good stuff.
No, but anyway, I didn't want to bug you once again. I'm sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
I was looking at the time on here, and the way my old gut feeling goes, it's going to be like a mistrial.
Okay, so a hung jury. They're not.
Yeah, they're going to hang it up, and they can't, because as far as, because you're at what, 261 right now.
Yeah,
I guarantee you. all of them ain't going to say not guilty all at once. It's going to be a mistrial.
Well, if the chat is any indicator, at least one person on that jury, I would say two people on the jury would have, no, it would be one based on our numbers. At least one would be a holdout. If we were a fair representation of their jury. Other places have shown numbers as far as 50-50 on the corruption, or sorry, on the guilt. I'm reading corruption right here, but
okay.
If it's actually a hung jury, this may stretch into another day. This may go into Friday. I don't see it going much longer because they don't have a lot of evidence to go over. It's not like they can say, well, let's start over from the beginning and look at all the evidence, and then 5 minutes later they're
that's what I'm afraid of too, to be honest with you, okay? Because, the state done said we just got to do her once. Mm-hmm. And one time's all they ever got. So where in Sam Hill is this going to lead us to?
I don't see this being retried. I really, really don't. I think there's
honestly,
enough. I think
go right on ahead, sir.
There's enough questions. There's enough problems that there's enough questions and problems that this might, if it does get retried, would be a different judge. I think it would have to be a different judge. I just if nothing else, I think this current judge doesn't want to see a retrial. Well,
the kicker of it is I've kind of watched your chat, because I kind of keep my mouth shut. But there's people that like him, there's people that don't, and I think the judge is full of bull butter. Mm-hmm. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, Ricky, we'll see how this goes. Obviously, we've pushed past. Let's see, we're almost to 4.5 hours of deliberation. So.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Long time.
But I don't know. I just hope he's a not guilty feller, but but gosh dog, let's just pray for the best.
Yep, I hear you. Thank you very much, Ricky. We'll see you.
Oh, you bet, bud. Y'all take care of yourself.
All right, you too. Bye.
Yes, sir.
Call from
Judge Ayden.
Ayden, hold the phone here just a little bit. One day I'm going to have to get you and Ricky on at the same time. And
I was wondering how we could do that. Yeah,
it's like a three-way party call. I could do that call waiting. I call him back and make it happen. We'll do it some other time.
I used to do three-ways on 900 numbers when I was 12, but that's a different story.
Ayden, you're breaking up. This is a family show. No. This is a family show. You're going on about thruples.
So how are we feeling? How are we feeling now? All right.
Not looking like this is as easy for the jury to reach a verdict as we thought. Here's what I think. One thing I know, that even though we had several days of testimony, this stretched over 2 weeks in court, that there was not a lot of evidence for them to go over. So yeah, there's some notes about what people said and who said what, but even with all their talk, there were so many.
So it's just straight arguments. Straight arguments right now.
Yeah, they don't need to rehash the issue of whether Matt died. Okay, I think that's a given. Everyone accepts that Matt died. Right. That was one of the allegations.
And poor Matt, I know I've said it before, and I said it. I'll keep saying it. And I think it needs to be said. Matt is forgotten here, and that is a shame because he's the ultimate victim here, and the fact that more attention wasn't paid to him. But keep going.
Culperistics reminds us that there were 10 hours of video put into evidence. They might be watching it. I mean, they were given a big screen, so maybe they're like, well, I guess we should use it. Longer deliberations are usually better for defense.
Of course, yeah. Except in OJ, You know, they put those poor OJ jurors in a hotel room for 9 months, and then do you remember how long they deliberated? You want to take a guess?
Most people forgot the case was going on before the verdict came back.
4 hours. 4 hours is what OJ deliberated. 4 hours.
Well,
after 9 months.
That was easy because the glove didn't fit. So.
Well, and they had Mark Furman, who completely blew the whole thing up. But like, can you imagine being like they went through? I don't know how many jurors they went through, but imagine being in a hotel room, like, and you know they weren't at the Four Seasons. You know they had them at the Holiday Inn Suites. You know, down by the highway for 9 months and 4 hours. 4 hours they deliberated. I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I think I know, and I hate bringing up my past, like, you know, more than I have to, but like, I'm probably one of the only few people in chat that knows about what, you know, Ty is going through right now, or Tucker, I mean, and there is nothing more frightening than watching 12 strangers walk out of a room who know are going to decide your fate. Like, there's nothing more terrifying. And I was guilty every time. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, by the letter of the law, I was guilty. Like, now, but I feel for Lauren. Like, thank God for Lauren. Like, every person, I don't care how guilty you are. I don't care what your status is. Everybody needs somebody standing by them when they're going through this. And thank God, you know, he has Lauren, because to go through this alone would be literally hell on earth. And I don't say that lightly.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, he's very lucky, and I don't care about her money. I don't care about any of that. Like, just to have somebody standing by you as much as she is, and God bless her if she's listening, because everybody needs somebody in their corner when they're going through the event of their life, and that's what this is. And so, but in any event, I just think every hour that ticks by, that just tells me there's some other person who either needs medication or a bathroom break who is not having it. Okay.
You got one chance, and hopefully you got everything you needed during that break. Ivan, thank you very much. Good to talk to you, as always.
All right. Love you, man.
Thank you. Love you, man. Bye. All right. We've 2 hours and 270 minutes. I have to keep doing the math. That puts us at 4.5 hours of deliberation time. That's a long time. The judge is doing other stuff. The courtroom is probably only going to be open till about 5.
I don't know who won.
I don't know who won. The courtroom's only be open till 5. I'm not sure if the judge will let them deliberate late tonight. Weather Watch has put in there, this might be another podcast verdict, because apparently verdicts only come in when we have a podcast. So we'll see. I recognize this number. This is a recall.
To accept.
Hey, this is RA. Who's on the phone?
Heather.
Hey, Heather. I recognize your number, but I hadn't saved your name on it. You need to turn your TV down. It makes a loop.
Oh, I did. I got it down.
Okay, thanks.
Are you on the air still?
Oh, we are. Yes.
Oh, good. And so I just wanted to call in and say, I'm sorry about earlier. I went on a rant, and Ivan just called in. So, yeah, so I just wanted to, comment and follow up after Ivan. So, he was saying about having someone, there, and thank God for Lauren. So, and I touched briefly before on, about Ivan and having that connection. Well, I was Lauren. So, I was the one on the outside.
You've seen that from the inside. Being on the outside, seen it from the inside.
Because I was the Lauren, and I had, the Ivan, not the Tyler. I don't know if he says he thought he might have, hurt somebody hurt somebody so that they're not around anymore. I don't know if that was true, but whatever. He wasn't a good guy. He was always in jail.
I didn't hear that part, but that's okay. That's all cool, Heather. Yeah. Is there anything else?
So anyway, I think Ty for pro se did a very good job, a really good job. Okay. Like, I've represented myself in a couple of cases. If I was to pro se, I did pro se a couple of cases, and for my choice, murder would not be the first case that I would choose. But he did great, and I love this guy. I mean, like, he would be like, well, the conspiracy theory, and I wanted to touch on that a little bit too. The conspiracy theory, and immediately the prosecution's like, objection, and they're like, may we approach, Your Honor, and they go up and they talk to the judge, and they all come back, and Ty gets back to the podium, and he's like, well, I'm not supposed to talk about this, but they said I couldn't talk about the conspiracy theory. He goes right back in. I love him.
Yeah, it was funny. I think he was able to get some things in.
Yeah.
Heather,
so that's why I was so passionate about all that. So I just wanted to explain that, because I saw that chat was, a little bit like, why was she going on and on about that? So I'm a good person. I didn't mean to rant and rave. I love you all,
Thank you, Heather.
So anyway.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you guys. Have a great day. Okay, bye-bye.
I did like in Ty's closing how he said, well, I can't go into XYZ, and he brought it up, and that just means that was enough to get the thought in the jurors' minds, and they're thinking about it. It did great. I will say that what we've learned, I believe from Lauren and some others, is that is it possibly some of the reason he's done so well as a pro se defendant is he's not truly on his own. He in the courtroom, yes, he's seated by himself, but he does. I mean, they have counsel, they have lawyers that they've worked with throughout this case. They have people that are helping him. He has people he can call and work through. So he's not exactly just freewheeling it there in court. He's got a little bit of support there. Let's see. 274 minutes. We're at 4.5. Let's see. So at 5 hours, it's going to be 300 minutes. I wish I had a clock that could, count hours and minutes instead of just minutes. I feel like we're doing like the metric system on time, which is just absurd. What would the state's motivation be for railroading Ty? There could be a million things. When you're looking at prosecution, if there's an allegation that someone else is involved, it always looks good when you can close a case, when you can get a conviction. And if there was, from the get-go, if people were talking about there being another person there, that leaves a big question mark in the community and as a whole would be like, hey, why aren't you solving these cases? What are you guys doing? There could have been all sorts. I mean, they could have been angry with somebody might have woken up on the wrong side of the bed and it started just a big ball rolling that people just piled on. It could have been that Ty had zero love for the Key West cops and let him know, from the first moment he answered the door with his hands up and no shirt on, and they just rubbed him the wrong way, and from that moment on they just were trying to get him. And if you get several people together doing that, here not long after you've got this conspiracy. I'm nervous about a thing in my life today, so adding trial to it is nice, Anna. Hope everything for the thing in your life goes well. I just missed a message. I didn't see the call come in. Hang on. Oh, let's see. It's a Treehouse bouquet for the day. It's a pickle. It's a pickle bouquet. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful pickle bouquet picture that I just received.
Call from
Tiffany.
Tiffany, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hi, Scott. Good. How are you?
Doing well. What's on your mind?
So I was thinking, this case is so strange on so many levels. But, we get a look into this that we don't normally, not just because it's pro se, but usually defendants are so quiet and everyone around them, you hear nothing about how they're feeling or thinking.
And it's kind of a breath of fresh air, I guess, to get a little bit of that insight. And it is still limited, but it is nice to be able to hear and think what the family's thinking, what he's thinking. And I don't know, I guess it makes it seem more like you're dealing with real people instead of people we're watching,
They have handled this differently than almost every other trial we've watched. So many times,
absolutely,
the lawyer's advice to you is to shut up, don't talk, don't say anything. It can only get worse, And here, arguably, he said, "I've said from day one, it's not me, and I will yell it from the rooftops, and I'm not going to shut up, and I'm going to go on court TV during the break, during my murder trial, where I'm my own defendant, acting as my own lawyer, and I'm going to talk, and I'm going to answer questions there. I have nothing to hide." That's why, you heard him say, I didn't object to the evidence coming in because I want the jury to see all the evidence and see how little there is and how there is none of it that points to me. He's been talking this whole time, and Lauren going out and talking as well. They've been on social media. Yeah. They've been on various different platforms to do that. So they've been consistent in this, but it is very different from what we're used to. We're usually
it's so different.
The lawyer's like, I will talk for you, and you.
You say nothing. You don't have a voice. Yes. I remember when he said he was going to take the stand, and I verbally was like, no, don't do it.
I said it. I said it's the worst thing you could do.
You're ahead already. Don't do that. But somehow I don't think he hurt himself. And I think in some ways he actually helped with the way that he was cross-examined. I actually think it ended up helping him. So, it's just so interesting because I was for sure like, do not take the stand. So, anyways,
it's risky. It's risky because what opens up, and we didn't get to hear the actual risk read to us by the judge. He should have covered it in the colloquy, which he didn't do.
Yes.
Which might be in the appeal.
I'm still shocked that didn't happen. Yeah,
but
yeah. Hopefully he doesn't need an appeal. That's what I'm hoping for.
I agree. Great comments. I've already forgotten your name.
Tiffany. I just want to add one last thing.
I try so hard to remember everyone's names when they call.
That's okay. You have thousands, so I can't even imagine. I love that Ayden always says that he loves us and he loves you. So love you, Ayden.
There we go, Ayden. You've got. There's two of us now that love you back. So thank you very much, Tiffany. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your call.
Have a good day. Bye.
Yeah, I thought Ayden was just talking to me. He's a good friend of mine, so I tell him even when we're not live, I'm like, "Hey, love you, man. See ya." But it's great. So Tiffany, thanks for joining us in that.
Call from
Marilyn C.
Marilyn C. Welcome back.
Hi, Scott. I'm going to be banned like Ayden eventually.
You're telling me ahead of time. Should I keep my finger on the mute button? That's just, what do I need to do here?
You should do that.
Give me a little warning because I don't want to lose my channel.
No. I won't say anything bad. Actually, I was commenting on the last caller. Anyway, I guess where I'm going here is, as a victim's family of a crime, I would say that yes, I'm really frustrated that they haven't arrested anybody, but I would rather have the right person, Yeah. So I can understand, I look at the Pittsburgh police and think, well, you're inept because we have ringtones, we have all of this stuff today, yet you have nobody, you have nobody. I'm sure they have somebody, but it's just, putting their case together, but I would rather them not rush to judgment.
I agree.
And get the wrong person.
Yeah.
I would rather them really get the right person that did it.
I think what happened here is they put together all their evidence and it didn't point to anyone. And they didn't have enough to do anything. And they shook the tree and rattled the cages and somebody, fell out and pointed the finger somewhere else. And they said, well, that must be where it points. And then they tried to make all the evidence fit that one accusation.
And actually, it makes the detectives look better if they can solve something, rather than where I'm at. It's well, they're not solving it. So are they inept, or are they just being like really very careful about what they're doing, to make sure that, whoever they do bring, they have a case.
Yeah.
So, they could have rattled the tree and come up with anybody.
It could have been one of the jurors. This could have been you. That was Ty's message to them. It's like, I'm standing here, but this just as well could have been you. So, Melanie, thank you very much. Appreciate the thoughts today. We'll see you.
Okay.
Bye. Cass the Sass gifted 5 memberships. Went to Neely, Amanda, Eileen Thurling, Donna Harrison, and Patricia Happy. Congratulations, and thank you very much, Cass. Cass the Sass. That was very generous. Willows in the Wind says, I was sitting in a restaurant this morning watching. Suspected spam. It's not, but
Call from
Britt Bottoms.
It's always Britt. I always get my hopes up that I'm going to get a spam call, but it's just you. No, I'm glad you called. Let me finish reading this here, Britt. Just one second. I was sitting in the restaurant this morning watching. The coffee club wanted to watch too. I had a big group watching RA. Now they want me to come daily. Willows in the Winds, thank you very much. Thank you for your 1-month membership message. Also, Vince Clortho gifted a membership as well. Thank you. Britt, not a spam, Britt. What is on your mind?
Unfortunately. I just wanted to tell you thank you. My dog had surgery today, so I've been distracting myself with your stream. So between that and my 2-year-old,
you got your hands full. A 2-year-old and a pet is like double duty.
Yeah. So dog's out of surgery, and he's all good, and Chat's been amazing, and
Chat is doing what Chat does best. That's awesome, Britt. I'll pass it on for them.
Getting I'm getting nervous about this deliberation. It's just I'm on pins and needles.
Yeah, I am as well. I at this point, I'm beginning to think the longer it goes, the better. I'm feeling better about that. Like I'm
that's kind of what I'm thinking too. But, especially after Murdaugh was so fast, and that's what I keep going back to. I'm like, Murdaugh was fast and it was guilty, but I'm still not convinced he was guilty. But
you're not convinced on Murdaugh. You're in the minority, but that's okay. That's. Are you thinking there should be a new trial?
I don't know. I think they need to interview Becky, and I think the judge made the right call on that. But I don't think he did it alone. If he did it,
my understanding on the case for the Murdaugh right now, if we can take a step back for that one, is the judge ruling is they are going to bring in Becky. They're going to interview her. They're going to bring in all the jurors, not the alternates, and they're going to interview everybody. I don't know how far out that is. I forgot what the date is that's going to happen, but I imagine it's probably going to be soon. And then possibly we might have Murdaugh 2.
I sat through that whole trial. I don't know if I can do it again. And then they're having a Koberger hearing tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow.
What is that motion for? I saw that, but I didn't see what the.
And there was a bunch of documents that just dropped. There was also a something about the victims' TikToks. They wanted all the information from their TikTok accounts.
Well, that should be pretty easy to get. I mean, you just have to go on TikTok. But wow, we'll have to watch that. I think I saw paperwork that in BK they were trying to unseal one document but seal everything else. That basically they were trying to selectively unseal stuff.
The defense was trying to unseal stuff, and that they initially wanted sealed. Yeah.
Weird. I'm not sure if that's going to fly, but we'll keep an eye on that. That BK case, obviously, we're very interested in that, and when that moves forward, I'd like to be there to do that.
Yeah. And if you're ever in Texas, I'm here.
We've got our eye on Texas. We've got some family down there. We've been looking. We just got another relative that moved down that area, so possibly. Yeah. We'll see.
I'm outside of Dallas, so.
Wonderful. Well, Britt, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks.
Talk to you again. Bye. All right, we have a gifted membership from Ivan Victor. Thank you very much, Ivan. We also have one that came in from Lulu. Thank you for that as well. Let's see. We've got Tiffany E. Welcome to the gallery. Great to have a brand new member here. Brand spanking new. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat in chat. and then dig in on the emojis. They're all free. Catherine Hendricks gifted a membership. I don't know what's happening. It's starting to fly here in chat. Memberships are flying out the window.
Call from.
Flashman 85.
Okay.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I'm trying to get this one to accept. Hello, this is Scott. Who am I speaking with again? Something 85.
This is Flashman 85. I am a new subscriber.
All right.
And I wanted to call to give some thoughts on this case.
All right.
So I'm an avid trial watcher, and I believe that I don't know why the state charged him. One, you not only give a time served plea against the brother, you already the state doesn't have any evidence. There's this talk of investigation officers coercing witnesses, and he's not allowed to talk about it. They say that the judge said that the investigation's not on trial, but if you go back to like the 90s, the O.J. Simpson case, that's what that whole trial was about, investigation, the credibility of the investigation. Also, the state tries to pile on these lesser charges to have the jury convict them on any little thing. And I think he did a decent job. And people don't have a lot of faith in the jury. There are a lot of people in other chats are saying that he should, they gonna find him guilty because of his antics and talking and being irritating and stuff like that. But we have to have faith in our legal system and our justice system. The jury don't always get it wrong.
Let me interrupt you for just a second. Let me first read this because this is going to go away. So pause, pardon the interruption. Donna E. gifted a membership. Sure. It's going to disappear here. Thank you, Donna. I also had one from Bug Duggar. Bite Me just came in with a gifted membership, and Maisla P. all came in with gifted memberships. You mentioned that the investigation was not on trial. But when you look at evidence, right, there's such a thing as fruit of the poisonous tree. Right, that's a legal term. If the way you got the evidence is not legal, then you can't use the evidence. And now I'm not sure if what happened here was illegal or if it was protocol or what. But I believe you should look at how evidence was acquired, and that should be important, at least, especially pretrial with the judge, to see if something should be admitted or not. So I'm not sure.
Yes,
we might need some lawyers.
Yes, I don't know if the jury, the judge ruled that certain evidence he can't talk about certain evidence, but like he said in one of his motions, I think on day 2, he said that 208 pieces of evidence was thrown out. Why is he not, even if he doesn't talk about, even if he can't talk about what was thrown out, he should be able to at least talk about what happened to how this investigators was allowed to coerce witnesses allegedly and stuff like that, but he couldn't ask that because the state will always object to it.
Yeah, his hands have been tied. He's been hamstrung to every front as he tries to talk about the things that really have not been fair from his perspective in this case. And part of that is rules of evidence, and it's one of those like it or lump it type things. The court has rules of what can be permitted, and a big one is hearsay. And you might have, the best evidence to support you, and if you can't present it and have it testified to in court, or bring it in a format that's permissible for court, you just don't get it. So part of that's frustrating, but part of that also I think it's people are pulling strings.
Yeah, I'm sure there's rules there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's certain ways you go about it, and by him not being an attorney, maybe he doesn't know how to get around that rule and get it admitted in. Yeah,
I'm hearing there's movement in court right now, so we might have something happen.
Right. Well,
we'll keep an eye on that. First of all, thanks for being a new subscriber.
Give my opinion.
Thank you for sharing your opinion. I appreciate that. You have yourself a great day.
Of course.
We'll see you.
Too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
See, I'm not seeing the judge yet. More calls here. Just one second. If I can answer. Nope. It dropped. Sorry about that. Okay. I don't know what what was happening. I lost the call. I apologize. Kayla Newell, thank you for the super chat. We also sent a text. I'm trying to get my texts. My phone is crashing. The burner phone is overloaded. We've got some sleuthy goosey stuff. Let's see. We've got some pictures, some bouquets that have been sent in. Let's see. Why wasn't this entered into evidence? This is from Sleuthy Goosey on Twitter regarding Brian Koberger. I'd have to dig deeper in this one. I see the link. I'm going to have to read more on that one before I can comment on it and see what's happening there. Okay. All right. I'm not seeing the motion in the court. We're approaching the 5-hour mark. Why did I say 6? It feels like 6. I need a new ringtone.
Call from
Bree.
Bree, hello. What am I missing
Hey.
here? Something happening in court?
I'll make it quick.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's why I said I'll make it quick, because I thought you said judge was moving. I did figure out that the couple that was pregnant that was killed in San Antonio,
yes,
they're not going to have Judge Boyd.
No.
They're going to be so they're going to have, I just pulled it up. They're going to actually be in the 290th District Court. So their judge is actually going to be Judge Jennifer Pena.
Okay.
And Judge Boyd is the 187th. So they won't have her, but so the son has court on the 5th. The dad had court on the 6th. And then they had the stepmother earlier at the end of January, like January 30th. And that's what I went to go look for. But she's been pushed out to November. But they're all under this Jennifer Pena in the 290th District Court.
So the next court dates are towards the end of the year?
2/5.
By 2/5.
There was originally supposed to be one February 5th. Yeah, there was supposed to be one on January 30th, but they pushed it out even further into February for her.
Okay.
So the dad is the 5th. The son is the 5th. The dad is the 6th. And then the stepmother's like the 20th of February.
And this will be interesting because this might be a situation where someone is offered a deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you might have one person turn on the others. The driver turns on the gunman, and it's all family. And then you might also have them just shut their mouth and say we're all going down together or none of us. So this could be an interesting trial to watch. If you could send me the details you found on that, I'd like to get our end, the approvals and stuff in the works for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'll do, they don't have I can't save it as a PDF to send to you. So what I'll do is I'll just email you and I will just snip it and I'll do screenshots of all their case information for you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Have a great one.
All right, talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye. Love the updates. I love that you guys are helping me out with that. The trial that she's talking about, there was a case that was just in the news, Regina, in San Antonio, Texas area, Bexar County, where there was a young couple that it was basically a drug deal gone bad, but they were found shot to death in their car. And the male was in the back seat and the female was in the front seat, and then the car was ditched, and it was very clear that it was not something self-inflicted. It wasn't like a murder-suicide situation. It was something from the outside, and they'd been something looked fishy. They ended up arresting a young man and his dad, and then his mom as well. So we've got a whole family that's involved, and there's a video, a truck, and somebody, stashing the car and everything. So it's an interesting case where it's got a lot of attention. It's the San Antonio couple that was killed. The girl, she was pregnant at the time when she was killed. So there's the unborn child as well. And all that is all playing out. We were hoping that case would be assigned to Judge Boyd. Because we love Judge Boyd, and Judge Boyd has a very open courtroom policy, and so it makes it fun. With it still being in Bexar County, I believe it still is in the same courthouse probably. It should fall under the same rules as far as access goes, which might mean we'd have to be there to see it. The way Bexar County operates is basically anyone with a camera can come in and film whatever. Go ahead, unless it's closed for a specific reason. So that's the case. Priscilla Stevenson says, "Thank you so much for making such a great site, Priscilla. It would not be great without great people like you. Thank you very much. It would not be the same without you here." Rebecca Zucks says, "Happy Australia Day today." Happy Australia Day to you as well. What does Australia have a song, like a national song? I realize that it has close ties to Britain, to the United Kingdom. But do they have a song that just they sing that could be like Australia's song? Lots of messages. I've got messages coming in all over the place. Let's see. Kathleen, I just got your message. Let me reach out again because they should have solved it by now. And if they won't solve it, I'll make it right personally. Kathleen ordered a mug from me and received the wrong mug. If they won't fix it, I will. Usually they're supposed to fix it, but I'm not seeing anything. So hold tight. We're gonna make this right for you. I want to keep my positive seller rating on eBay and everywhere else. Let's see. Shauna P. Lawnard, are we back? We're waiting. There was some movement in court, but it might have just been somebody kicked the tripod. I don't know. We've had one question, and it was the juror saying, "I'm dying. I need my medication. Can I go get it from the car?" And we deliberated for 30 minutes before we decided the bailiff was going to walk them out. Susan, boyfriend, girlfriend, and full-term baby. I don't know as far as full-term. I don't know where she was as far as the pregnancy. Savannah Soto and her 22-year-old boyfriend, Matthew Greer. Yes, those are the names. Those are the names of the victims in the San Antonio trial. So we are keeping an eye on that one. Let's see. Vicky says, "This is how clear WhatsApp calls could be. This is how it works." Vicky, you were going to tell me how to make WhatsApp forward to my burner phone, right? Jenny, my new cameras have not arrived yet. Let me see if anybody's even here. Okay, everyone says they're not here yet. You want to play on the computer while I'm doing this? Hang on. One second. I'm looking for my FedEx message. FedEx, signature required. Trying to track the package. It still says on the way. It doesn't even say out for delivery yet. It was supposed to be here by 3:10, which is now. It's 3:15. And it still says on the way from, it's at least in Kernsville, North Carolina. It was in New Jersey. It arrived there at 2:18. So it's not here yet, but it will be here. I'm excited about that. Rebecca, by the way, thank you for the super chat. Happy Australia Day to you as well. So we've got 300 minutes is 5 hours. We just hit it right there, Marissa. Thank you. We did hit the 5 hour mark on deliberation. This has gone a long, long time. Yeah, can you leave the door open though? And then don't be too loud. Trying to lip read what you're saying to the family so you don't have to cover your lips. Julie, I mute and then I yell because they might be upstairs in the corner, and not be able to hear me. She was full term. She was supposed to be induced 2 days after she was killed. Oh my goodness. KBF, she was scheduled for a C-section and didn't show up. Hospital called her family. That's when they were reported missing. This is an awful case. Wow. BG, thank you so much for your generous donation. Gifted a membership right there, and it went to Mel Poy. Mel Poy, congratulations. Has court been excused until Monday? It has not. The jury is still deliberating. No open today. Or nope, not today. It took me like 6 tries to get your name right. Nope, not today. I love it. Court they're still deliberating. They've been deliberating for 5 hours. Why does the math seem hard to me right now? 5 hours of deliberation with no indication any which way with what they've decided. Okay. It's going to be a horrible case. It is, but we've got the unique thing about this one, Julie, is we have a family of crime. We haven't seen this since like the Iowa, was it in Iowa? It was like the Hatfields and McCoys with the two dueling families. We haven't seen a crime family in quite a while, and here there's allegations of the mom, dad, and the son all involved in this murder. Let's see. A verdict will come in the middle of the podcast. In that case, Trouble, we expect you to be at the podcast. It starts at 8 p.m., so we have a couple hours before that moves forward. Thomas and I have a podcast tonight right here on this channel. It looks just like another live stream, but it's called the Not Relevant Podcast, and we talk about some fun stuff. We take it easy a little bit as far as seriousness goes. We get to see a lighter side of both of us, and we involve all of you in chat. It's a live podcast, and it involves the audience. So please be there. We'd love to have you here. Sounds like the Adelsons. I'm back. Did you miss anything? Melissa, it depends how much you missed. I don't think you've missed anything here. We thought that there was some motion in court, but we're still watching here. Time in court right now is 3:18 p.m. That's Eastern time. Divide by 60. What could be easier, says Gordon. Gordon, math is hard. Math is hard. Did I say 5 minutes instead of 5 hours? It's been a little more than 5 minutes. A few more. Tennessee also, great place to live. I've heard some great things. I got a friend who moved to Tennessee and bought a farm, having never farmed before. He bought a farm and a tractor, and he loved it. And then he moved to Atlanta. So I don't know what went wrong. But we are hearing that there other channels have reported that this court allows the jury deliberations till midnight if they wanted to. Mike, we have heard that from several other places. So many times we hear the judge, and it's almost like blustering. It's like, I'm going to let them go till midnight if they want to. And then they're like, oh, wait, there won't be any bailiffs here because they all go home. So apparently we have to go home at 5. And so often we hear that big, we'll let them deliberate, by golly. And it turns into, sorry, we'll see you here in the morning, regular time. Math is very hard. I'm going to pin this message. Ashley, thank you very much. Michael says, math is not hard. 4 out of 3 people struggle with math, says Honey Badger. Well, I can tell you, math is hard for me, but the math doesn't add up in this trial. If you add up all the evidence, it does not equate to what we're being told it equals by the state, in my opinion. It's just not there. Can you imagine how grumpy this judge would be at midnight? Oh, man. That would be a sight. Grumpy bear judge at midnight. They don't want to pay the deputies overtime. Maybe they have a fund over at the clerk's office they can just dip into and hand out cash to the deputies to get them to stay later today. TikTok is crap. There are 4 charges. 4 charges, the most serious being first-degree murder. But all the charges are basically masked with a deadly weapon type charges. Need a poll? Give us a distraction. You're welcome to call and share. Cass, I'd love to hear from some new people. Let me say this. I love the people that have called in that I'm familiar with, that you've heard and recognize their voices. They're amazing. I love it, but I'd love to also, something happened in the courtroom. Something was moving. I'd love to also hear from people who haven't called. And I'll tell you, I don't like have my favorites and only listen to certain people. I treat everyone with respect. I can't remember ever hanging up on anyone intentionally. There's the judge. There is movement. He was waving some papers. It was a yellow paper I could not quite read it, but he's headed off the bench right now. Let's see. If you want the number, if you type this in chat, anytime we're live, the bot will respond with the burner phone, which the number is right there. So you can give that a call. And because it's a burner phone, I can only take one call at a time. So if somebody else is on the phone and you're calling, you're not going to get through, unfortunately. But give us a call, and we'll try to take as many calls as we can here. Oh, it was working, and it just dropped. Whoever that was, I think it ended in 1040. If that was you, give us another call back. Okay. If there's another question, if there's one in chat, let me know. I realize if you're not a member, because we have a lot of people in chat, we do use slow mode on chat. It's not to punish anyone. It just makes it so that it slows down a little bit, makes it easier for us to follow along in chat. I already miss even super chats and members stuff because it scrolls so quickly. So I apologize for that. But okay, here, come on. Where's the volume? Hello? Hello, are you there? Hang on. Hello, this is RA. Are you there? Somebody's trying to call in and it's not working. It says they're talking, but I can't hear them. Okay, we're going to try another call.
Call from
Sharon.
Hey, Sharon, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Sharon.
You'll need to turn your TV
good.
down,
How
or
are
else
you?
we'll have a loop going.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Okay.
All right, Sharon, what's on your mind?
Jurisdiction.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I can't wait to see the verdict in this trial. I mean, I don't see the evidence to convict him.
It's
I don't know. I can't decide whether he's guilty or not.
There were a couple points during this trial that Tucker filed a motion, basically asking for a JOA, the judgment of acquittal, where you said, Judge, the state hasn't proved their case, or Judge, the state hasn't proved the case, and now the case is all over. You heard all the evidence; they haven't proved the case. Acquit me. That's basically what the motion is. And both times the judge said, in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence that does exist is sufficient for a jury to find guilt. If they view it that way, so we'll see. It may.
I just don't understand how this trial proceeds with the evidence the state has presented. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. They really have nothing except for what Travis said.
Yeah, it's not a lot. I agree that there's not
and their whole
corroboration.
point of Paula saying, oh, she's believable when she says what we want her to say, but when she says what Tucker wants to say, then we can't believe it. It's inconsistent. Like, do you believe her or not?
Yeah, they literally discredited their corroboration witness. They did in their own statement.
If he only had some sort of expert come on and explain why Paula didn't know this information immediately, there's trauma experts. Like, she was in a very traumatic situation, and it's very believable that she didn't recall everything right at that moment. It's believable that years later she was like, you know what? That voice I heard wasn't Tucker. Like, he just needed one expert to explain that away, and I think that would have done it for him.
Yeah. Yep. There were no experts. Well, there were a couple experts that were in here. Wasn't that one of the objections I had? There was an expert that Tucker had asked to opine on their opinion, to speculate, and there was an objection that they weren't allowed to because they don't allow speculation, and it was an expert. I think that happened.
Yeah, but he was feeding off of all the state's experts and everybody that the state brought for us. Like, why didn't Tucker have his own? Like, I don't understand the whole pro se. If your wife is worth millions of dollars, could she at least get you an expert? Like, I don't know what's going on with that.
I think they did a good job with the legal legal side, the legal counsel that they had. I think they probably spent plenty of money on lawyers throughout this trial, and then made a call to go pro se for the attention, because no matter what they did, they were getting railroaded. So
that's crazy to me. Like, not one lawyer saw the evidence in this case and said, I could make a mockery out of this. Like, I don't understand how they couldn't find one lawyer that would do what he wanted.
Yeah, I don't know. That's something we haven't been privy to. Those discussions, those are generally quite quiet, and they have their reasons. We haven't heard all those reasons. They might come out after this is all over. But this was
But that's insane. Like, it seems like the reason would be the state has something really good on Tucker, but for some reason they didn't bring it into trial. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
I will tell you, if they had something good, they would have brought it. They would have brought it. There's zero reason for some good evidence on Tucker. I'm talking evidence to not be brought in. There was no motion in limine that quieted a smoking gun. It wasn't out there. There was nothing out there, and I thought that as well. It's like, there must be something. There must be a reason that this is happening
and
this way.
And this last little video that he brought forth, saying how when he was being interviewed, they're the ones that told him there was blood on the knife, and the state argues, well, they didn't say it was Matthew Bonnet's blood. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's a small town. Everyone knows Matthew Bonnet was the one who died. Like, it's obvious that if there was blood on a knife, it belonged to Matthew Bonnet. He didn't need them to say that in the interview.
I agree. I've got about 1 million calls coming through. We gave out the instructions how to call in. I'm going to try to take a few more calls. Thank you so much for your take on this.
All right, thank you so much. I love your channel.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I needed a new battery. Hey, young child.
Call from
Brad.
Hey, Brad, this is RA. How are you doing?
Doing good. How you doing today?
Not bad. What's on your mind?
I was just curious. I feel like this is the worst prosecution as far as ethics and acting in a professional manner since I've seen since the Rittenhouse trial. I was just curious what your thoughts were on that.
Well, I can't comment on the Rittenhouse trial because I did not follow the whole thing. I realized that was with our favorite judge, Judge Schroeder. I will say there's some things in here that made my eyebrow go, I say eyebrow because I only have the one. Yeah, there's some things that just made me think, like, this doesn't seem right. And the last time I've seen a trial this bad was with Zachary Anderson. Let's see, who was that with? Oh, that was also with Judge Schroeder.
Yes. Yeah, he had some high points and low points.
Yeah.
I was just curious also, I do think the last caller mentioned the strategy of going pro se. And I honestly think the way that the prosecutor handled himself in court, I think that was a bad strategic move on the state's case. It actually lent a lot more credibility to the defendant, which is hard to do in a pro se case, especially when you're being charged with murder. I was just wondering what your thoughts on that were.
Yeah, I think the state made some very poor choices in how they handled this, going against a pro se defendant. I think that it's very easy to be viewed as a bully in the courtroom by the jury when you have somebody who is like Tyrone, who was being polite, who was sort of quiet talking, his persona that he presents in front of the jury, he doesn't come across as brash and rude and crude and everything else. You see he's frustrated. That's plain as the hand in front of your face. But the state coming in and just tag teaming and body slamming and just like, down for the count, we've got him, we're going to get him type thing. It's like, I think the jury might be sympathetic just because of that.
And in his closing statement, I've never seen so many objections, even though over half of them were justified legally. It just came across, like you said, bullying is the best word I can think of.
Yeah.
So thank you for your time. I just found it fascinating.
Thank you.
All
Good
right,
talking to you. We'll see you. Bye. I know we've got a lot of people trying to call. I'm trying to move through calls and get everyone's opinion really quickly and let as many people talk as possible, because I think more voices helps the conversation. Let's see. We've got one message here. I've got so many messages, I'm struggling to read them. Calls are coming in 2 or 3 at a time. This is
Call from your car's extended warranty.
Have you been trying to reach me? This is your car's extended warranty. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not bad. I love your username, by the way. That is so creative.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually have a personalized doormat that I made that it says welcome. I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty for all the delivery people that come. They love it.
That is really cool.
So there's one thing about Travis's testimony that I just can't quit thinking about. And I don't know, maybe I missed something that you or the chat could help me out with. But he had said that he drove off because that wasn't what he signed up for or something to that effect. That wasn't what he agreed to. Meaning, like, he knew something else besides the robbery had taken place. And I don't understand how he would know that. I mean, just seeing Tucker run out with a bag, that's a given. If you're going there to rob him, you know, of course somebody's going to be coming out with a bag. And if he heard Paula screaming, I mean, you know, that's a given.
Yep.
If someone's getting robbed, then they may scream. So, you know, how did he know that something else had occurred?
Tyrone was right. Travis had details because he was there, and the details he shared, he would have had from participating in the crime. But there was nothing that Travis could offer that could substantiate or corroborate the detail that he provided that it was actually Tyrone that was there. There was nothing that I saw. I mean, even the bag, it shows up in his locker. It's like, really? Tyrone's just that good of a criminal? I mean, you know, with like no serious record whatsoever in the past. I've got this call. I'm going to have to take this call. Is that all right?
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Call
Hello?
from Oksana. To accept, press 1.
Hey, hello, this is RA. Are you there? Sorry, there's a call that's ringing through directly on my own phone, and I think it might be my my business manager person. We'll see if we can get it again. Let's see. Travis's story doesn't add up. The everything it was Tyrone, but I have all the evidence with me. It just doesn't add up. Okay, I'm gonna take.
Call from
Oksana.
Hello, this is RA. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm
Goodness,
doing
I can't
fabulous.
believe it.
The phone's
I'm usually
going nuts.
lurking, but I know I'm usually lurking, but I decided to actually call in. If I can just share a couple thoughts, it's really fascinating to me how many people, form their opinions based on his character. Just some chats on X and some of the commentary that I've seen is really truly about him being a narcissist or so self-involved or, cocky, but nothing about the evidence against him. And I'm just thinking, like, if any one of us find themselves in that thought, and so many people are ready to convict him without enough evidence. I don't know whether he did it or not. Was he there or not? I also was a little bit, taken aback with with him not saying, I didn't do it. I feel like if I was there standing in front of the jury, I would be saying, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, right? So that was a little weird, but that's not enough to even close to put someone in prison for the rest of their life. So just because of his character. So I thought that was really strange. Yeah. I don't know if you...
I wanted to hear that as well. I heard Lauren, Tyrone's wife, gave us a little explanation about that, about him not saying it wasn't me. From his vantage point.
And I can also see how if you're being accused, right, for 6 years of something, that alone would make you feel super uncomfortable maybe to even keep saying that because you think everybody's thinking that. I don't know. It could be a psychological explanation to that. But just because his character is, so interesting to see. But I just cannot imagine. woke up today thinking it's going to be not guilty, that would be probably justice.
I hope your feelings are right. The burden of proof that the state has is a heavy burden. And when you think of that heavy burden, it should be a heavy burden. Nobody should be able to be just on one person's word that's not substantiated with any other evidence, just convicted.
100%. It's just this country. I'm an immigrant. I've lived here enough, but one of the biggest, I think, pride, cornerstones of the pride of being an American is the justice system, and just to see like this man can be convicted just based on nothing and people not liking him.
Well, yeah, you go back to the founding fathers, and one of our big complaints at the time was the current legal system didn't allow us to be tried by a jury of our peers. We didn't if there was a colonist that committed a crime, they were hauled back to Britain to stand before the court there. The king was the one that was in charge, and they wanted to be. We wanted, or the colonists wanted, somebody more local. We want to be judged by people who have lived the way we live and understand things the way that we understand things. And so Tyrone's
absolutely. I don't know if the pendulum is swinging, the other way. To me, it seems like Constitution is more on the side of the people, not on the side of the government. That's why there's a Constitution, to protect people from the government. But a lot of times, talking to people, I feel like people that so, seemingly defending the Constitution, they're on the side of the government. So it's interesting to learn about, the history of Constitution, and watching trials. It's really fascinating how from one courtroom to another, how it can vary, right? The rulings of the judge. This judge, I don't even want to talk about it on air, right? But it's scary compared to the, Judge Newman or the judge that's presiding over Michelle Triconi's trial right now. That's night and day.
Yep.
Yeah, so thank you so much for everything you do. We just adore you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. Catch you again. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There were a couple questions that were asked. Did they test for DNA on the black bag? I don't think they did. That was not tested, or at least if they did, it was not included in the reports that I heard about. What did his wife say? I missed the she cut you off. Yes, I was saying that his wife gave a reason for, what was it? Let's see what it was. What was the question? I can go back there, but I lost my train of thought. The reason why he didn't say I didn't do it. That's it. That she was saying that Ty's lived this, and from his perspective, some things are obvious and it's like it's implied by what I do it. So he doesn't have to go over the obvious stuff. He's trying to get to the stuff that they haven't seen. And that made sense the way she described it. I didn't do justice in describing how she did, but that was the gist of it. Hello, this is Scott. Hello, this is Scott. Is anybody there? Squirrel. Man, I'm getting some calls that are acting weird. If your phone number ends in 1229. Every time you call, it doesn't trigger the process to let you in. I'm not sure why. All right, Ken is correct. What did Ken say? Then he heard all the criticism and didn't say it in closing. I wish he had said it. Man, there are just some numbers that are just not getting through. I don't know why. Let's try this one.
Call from.
This one works.
Big Rig.
Big Rig, how are you doing? Thanks for being patient.
Good. Yeah, not a problem. You said you wanted to hear from some people you never talked to before.
Yes, this is the new one.
Well, I'm probably not your normal watcher / listener. I am actually, every day I'm a regional or a route driver, and you have become my new morning show. I've been following you since the prison break type deal.
Awesome.
And then I've just been following you on through there.
We got a couple. We got Brower is also a truck driver that joined us during the Cavalcante manhunt. So we've got a couple truck drivers out there, a couple mailmen, but that's awesome. Bigger, what's on your mind? Thanks. First of all, it's great to talk to you. What's your opinion about this so far?
Oh, about the opinion on this, I really don't. Opinions are like, well, I'll leave it at that.
They all stink.
So
I know how that one goes.
So I don't think he's guilty. I don't think they have enough to find anything on him personally. But so I mainly was calling to say, hey, love the show. I watch it every day. You run about the same hours as my route, and I don't really watch chat, and I really don't per se watch. I just kind of listen in the background, and I love what you're doing.
Well, I have to say you're missing out the best part of the show because chat is absolutely incredible. we've got some incredibly witty, smart, fun people, kind people. It's an amazing little community here. You don't happen to drive for FedEx, do you?
I do not. I do not. I'm a grain hauler. I haul commodities all day long.
I was just going to see if I could check on where the status of my package was because I'm expecting one, but I don't have any grain. I'm not expecting any grain, soybeans, wheat, none of that's coming my way yet.
That's good. So I will let you go, and thanks for taking my call.
Bigger, call anytime. Thanks a lot. We'll see you.
All right.
Bye. Bye. Appreciate him. I think he took several tries to get through. Let's see. I'm going to try to read some of the messages that have come in if you give me just a minute. And Leslie says, do you know there's a new manhunt in PA? I saw that coming up. No. I just got a text saying that, hey, this is FedEx. Are you guys joking around? Somebody joking with me?
Bring the jury.
Who is this? This is a joke. This is a joke. Oh my goodness. Ivan just sent a text. My blood pressure is through the roof right now. Ivan just sent a text, says, hi, this is FedEx. We came by your house, but you were not home, so we'll be returning your package to the sender. We're going to do a quick poll here. Start a poll. No. Don't let that be Ivan. That better not be Ivan.
Call from Jackie.
Jackie, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sorry, I'm a little bit frustrated with Ivan right now. He's not on my good list. He's on a list, but not on my good list right now. But that's funny. Jackie, go ahead. What you have to turn your TV down because it's going to be a little confusing because of the delay.
Sorry. Is that better?
That's better. Yeah. What's on your mind?
So I am a diehard fan. I have to tell you, I haven't subscribed yet. I'm this far away.
You're
from
here.
Doing it.
That's the good part. You're here. Wonderful. That's fine.
And you are so entertaining.
Wait. You haven't.
So
subscribing is free. You know that, right? Just
I didn't know that.
If you click the subscribe button, that's free.
Okay. All right. Well, I am a huge fan no matter what. My husband comes home and, he'll say, is RA on? I'm like, yep. He goes, okay, I won't bother you.
We'll see you tomorrow. I'm sorry. Hopefully that doesn't cause any tension in the marriage.
Oh, my goodness, no. He knows that I enjoy you so much, and you have so much charisma and just a way about you that just makes everyone comfortable. And you report so well about the trials and make people really understand really what's going on. And I heard you say, you like to hear from new people. So I thought I'd say, hey,
Jackie, those are really nice words. Those are really nice words. I will tell you, I love what I do because I love hanging out with really cool people. And I have almost 3,000 really cool people in chat that I get to hang out with. I mean, what's not to love about that? This is a dream job. It really is. And I do know a lot about court now, but I know a lot about court because people here in chat have taught me a lot about court. And I like to say everything I learned about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. You know, I didn't start out like this. I've benefited from every single person that's called and taught me something and asked a question and made me think. And so I'm a product of what this amazing community is. And I just say thank you for being a part of it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And thank you for what you're doing. It's much appreciated.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Jackie. Thank you for the call.
You're welcome. Bye now.
Ivan, it's a good thing Jackie called. It's a good thing Jackie called to let me to say nice words. Because that was not funny. I'm going to cancel the poll. I was going to do a poll, but I won't do a poll about Ivan right now. Ivan is hiding. Ivan should be hiding right now. Oh, man. It's all good. Let's see who this is.
Call from
Julia.
Julia, how are you doing today?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
I'm doing just great. But let me ask you.
Can you hear me okay?
I should start asking, where are you calling from, if you care, just to give a general area or a state?
Yeah, I'm actually in Buffalo, New York.
All right. Welcome, Julia. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, so I have to say I'm new to your channel, and I've honestly just been catching up on this case. In fact, like binge watching the last couple of days, bits and pieces. And one thing came to my mind, and I apologize if it's already been asked, but I'm curious. I know that Travis's truck was on like the video footage, but is there a possibility or any suggestion that he wasn't driving the car or like got out and is actually involved in the physical murder robbery itself? It seems like he knows so much.
We heard that at the very end of the trial from Tyrone in his closing. That idea was presented. It was never really spelled out in like there were two people in the robbery, but there were only two. There was a driver, but he was also involved. We never had it like that concisely put together. Okay. And sadly, this is one part I didn't like about how Tyrone presented the evidence. When it would get to that point in the conversation, that seemed to be like the next logical statement that would be made, is that there were only two people. Instead, he would deviate to, and there's no evidence that put me in there. He would steer to there's no evidence. They haven't proven that I was there at all. You can't prove that I was part of that. I was all hoping it would go to, and I wasn't part of that, but he's right. They haven't proven. There's no evidence.
I'm just waiting for like those few words, like I was not there. I mean, I guess every defendant, would say that, but I don't know. I'm so just like up in the air from a total neutral perspective. It's interesting. Although I do have to say, there's just not enough evidence beyond reasonable doubt here, in my opinion. But
well, thank you, Julia. I appreciate that. I'm watching chat while I listen to you, and apparently my mods timed out Ivan for me, so I wouldn't have to do it. So, got a 10-minute timeout.
Appreciate you and what you're doing here. You've got a wonderful group of people, so I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Julia. You're part of that. It wouldn't be the same without you as well. So thank you so much.
All right.
We'll see you.
Y'all take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from
Michelle NC.
Michelle NC, look at this. I see your chat right here on the screen, and then I hear your voice in my ears. How are you doing, Michelle?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing just great. I love your accent, by the way.
Well, thank you. I'm an Appalachian lady.
Well, what's on your mind for this trial? What's your thoughts? We haven't had many. We haven't had many opposition thoughts, and I'm hoping we get some calls from people who feel differently than me. But I haven't heard from that yet. Are you with me on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
He to me, he's innocent. There's not enough proof. I hope he files lawsuits after this, because
that could definitely bring.
It's scary.
That it is
It's
scary.
very scary.
It's scary that this could happen to anyone. To him, it's scary that it could happen to one of us. And I believe if he's victorious on this, he would most likely be victorious in a lawsuit as well. So that would be interesting. I think I called you Michelle Phillips from NC. Apparently, you're a different Michelle NC. So not Michelle Phillips, but either way, Appalachians.
I got another question. I know this is kind of off the topic, and a lot of people don't know about a very old case back in the late 80s or 90s, I can't remember. Susan Smith. You remember that case? Where she drowned the 2 kids in South Carolina?
In the car? Like she drove the car off
Yes.
and she got out and left the kids in. Yes. Oh my goodness. Awful case.
She's supposed to have... what do you call it? I'm going blank. To get out of jail in November. Could you look into that?
Is it so? She served her sentence.
Appeal.
On appeal?
Well, she wants on
on parole.
appeal.
On parole.
Parole, yeah.
So she's up for parole in November. Of
this year.
That'll be interesting. Yeah, we would want to look at that. That is a terrible case.
Yes, I remember my parents watching that.
Man, I don't know if the parole board is publicly viewable for that one or not.
But at least we can try.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I see Ivan's trying to call in.
Thank you.
So thank you. I appreciate the call. We'll see you.
Naughty Ivan. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Some people are saying that Ivan might be framed.
Call from
That it might.
Robin.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name. Who am I speaking with?
Robin?
Robin? It's really quiet. I can barely hear you. What are your thoughts?
You wanted a little bit opposite opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some things that just keep bugging me about the trial. Besides the fact of them saying, I'm not guilty or I'm innocent. Little things like him going to the hospital to talk to Paula and her having a contagious condition and him not caring too much about that and then going into the courtroom the next day. I don't know, just some things that happen kind of just don't sit well with me.
Okay. I see that. Those points were brought up by the prosecution as well when they showed the pictures. I believe on his cross-examination on his testimony, Mr. Mansfield brought up some Facebook pictures of, and if you've done any digging at all, you'll see these pictures. They're out there in public all over the place. But he did take a couple pictures with Paula. His reasoning was, hey, we're good friends. I took a chance, didn't mask up, just trying to cheer her up, and that was his theory about that. We haven't heard from the hospital. I don't know what the condition was. I don't know what the setting was. People are saying it was MRSA. COPD is not contagious. I don't know. I was very skeptical of Tyrone in how he seemed to push for a Zoom video for Paula instead of having her in the courtroom, and how quickly he changed to now she can't be crossed on Zoom because of the medication.
Yes, that was very odd as well.
I struggled with that. It seemed to be almost a strategy.
Yes, I was going to say that part might have been a little bit planned. So I would give him that, I guess. He got away with it.
Well, I say strategy. It's not wrong to have a courtroom strategy. You might have a witness that doesn't do well under cross-examination, that buckles under pressure, gets irate, and so that it might have been just for that reason. It's like, I know I can keep her calm, I can get the answers out of her, but I know that the cross will get under her skin, and so it might have been that way. Lauren saying not planned at all. Not planned at all, says Lauren. I'm just saying it seemed.
If I felt bad, she was in no condition. I know that was her choice.
I will say it did feel to me definitely that Paula wanted to testify, that she wanted to be there because she was in the hospital. She wanted that to go forward. That was, I mean, Tucker was for it as well. But Paula was all 100% on board. That seemed very, very genuine.
It seems like in a higher profile case, maybe that the lawyers would have confirmed what meds she was on, like all that situation before they got to court, to see if yeah.
We have seen that in the
There's
past.
a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting looking back. Even with that said, I still don't think that there's evidence. I mean that's for me. I have questions about that, but that doesn't mean that it means that the other stuff that there's evidence. So it doesn't equate to guilty for me. All right.
Yes, you're right.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to take a few more calls. Appreciate it. Thanks for the opposing opinion.
Thanks.
We'll see you. Bye.
Love from New Brunswick, Canada.
Yes, thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from.
Bad Juju's husband.
To accept, press 1.
Bad Juju's husband. Welcome. This is RA. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
I
just had a thought on the jury.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does anyone think the prosecution is above planting someone with this old boy network?
When you say does anyone, I think you don't have to look too far to find many people that are already talking about this, that are making those allegations. I don't have any evidence personally about this, so I can't entertain that sort of thought.
Of course
and say,
not.
There's a chance. But yes, I would say there are many people out there who are saying this. You're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. And what if you only knew? I mean, I think Lauren would tell us, if you only knew what has happened all along over these years, it would blow you away. We've heard that before. We just haven't seen those pieces yet. So yes, I think there are people out there who are 100% saying this is worse than you can even see.
Yeah, I've been watching the whole time, so I just hadn't heard that opinion or seen it in chat, so I thought I'd just bring it up.
It's one we've heard a little bit. As a channel, I have to be careful with what we allow on as far as allegations that. Oh, sure. Because for legal reasons,
I'm not
I have to be careful. But they're out there.
I was just curious. Thought that they were above it.
Yep. Wonderful. Tell Bad Juju thanks for letting you call. Appreciate it.
Sure, she's off with her daughter, so.
All right. Appreciate it.
Getting up.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Call.
Ivan, I was just taking your call. That was you, Ivan. Just so you know. Let's see. I have to say this. The texter has replied over and over and over that I'm just kidding. It's not Ivan. It's not Ivan. It's not Ivan.
Call from.
Heather Reed.
So the person who played the joke on me was not Ivan, but he did point the finger at Ivan. Hey, Heather, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. One thing I was thinking of during all of Tucker's closing, he should have flipped that devil's in the detail bullcrap against the prosecutor. Like, yeah, the prosecutor's right. The devil is in the details. There's a whole lot of detail, but the devil is John Travis Johnson. Like, that's what he should have, totally flipped it. They couldn't say it anymore.
Heather, this is like, when you have a run-in with somebody you really don't like, and they win the conversation, and you're at a loss for words, and you walk away and it's like, oh, I could have said this, I could have said that. I'd practiced this one. I should have had a zinger ready to go. I think, everyone's going to second guess that. A lot of times we end up regretting trying to get that zinger in if we get it in. But I think he did a good job. I think he focused on what he needed to. It would have been fun to see that be flipped back at the prosecutor and played back in his face. But I'm with you on that one. That would have definitely been a
the entire cross-examination.
Yeah, it would have been cool.
Hey, stop messing with it. I just picked up my daughter. She wants to turn the radio up.
Hi, daughter. What's your daughter's name?
Charlotte.
Charlotte? Oh, we've got courtroom action.
Scarlett.
We've got Scarlett. We've got to let you go, Heather. Thank you very much. We'll see you.
All right, bye.
Bye. Okay, we've got, I'm going to put the phone on hold here. Ivan, I know it's not you. I'm sorry we timed you out. The person who did it said, I framed Ivan because we all knew that Scott would believe it was him. Put it in chat 8 times. It wasn't Ivan. It was me. But I knew you would not believe. So Ivan is livid right now. We've got a whole team out there saying free Ivan. Jackie Brown, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. We have something happening in the courtroom. We're not sure what it is quite yet. We've got deliberation has been going on for, we're approaching 5 hours, 45 minutes, or just over 5 hours, 45 minutes. So just short of 6 hours. Jackie, thank you, thank you. Also, Mickey, Super Chat says, free Ivan. Kristen Muse confessed in chat but blamed Ivan. Thank you, Kristen. It was, I will say it's funny now. It's funny now, but it will be funnier after I get my package. So I'm just waiting for the package to arrive. Ivan, I apologize. He was set up again. Once again, injustice done in Ivan's life, and we're going to hear about it. Just not right now. Not right now, because court is about to come back with something. We're just not sure what quite yet. There's some motion there with the bailiffs. Ivan, I'm contacting Mark Jensen as we speak. Oh man, Ivan, it's funny. Wasn't Mark Jensen? Wasn't he the? I'm sure there's an attorney named Mark Jensen, but I think wasn't there a court case, the Jensen court case? That's a different guy altogether. Megan, something is happening. Yes, if we turn off the deliberation timer, let me show you that we do not see Tucker in the corner yet. He's not there, so nothing's going to happen until he shows up, or at least nothing substantial. But everybody else is in position. We have both prosecutors are present. This might be something bigger. Let's see if you guys hear word of what this is. Let me know. Let's see. It says I've got a text message. Hi, I'm Cupcake in the chat. I'm a FedEx delivery driver for 13 years. Your package will probably be out for delivery tomorrow. For what you've said, it will say out for delivery. Weather is delaying all over the country. Listen every day. Thank you, Cupcake. My message when I track the package. It shows it's supposed to deliver today. I got it. It's expedited, by the way. But it's in a few cities away.
Call from
Arliss Holloway.
To accept, press.
Hey, this is all right. I might have to cut you off if the judge comes in. But go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts are I do believe that Tucker is innocent. However, I think he needs to go into a quiet room and he needs to really think about his life choices that got him to where he is right now. I'm a little concerned that they're not back yet, but they may be coming. There's some lesser charges that they can choose, and I think that might play into this gap that we're in right now. But I do believe that his path that he has taken this far has got him where he is today.
He's made different life choices than I have, and I agree. We probably wouldn't have crossed each other's paths. I specifically on drug use, or being around people that use drugs. I try not to. I realize, with this Recovery Addict, I'm all for. I've got many friends who have been on drugs. I've got family members who have been on drugs and are working on sobriety there. But as far as choosing to be in a situation, I wouldn't have made the same choice as he did, or I think I wouldn't. So I'm not going to say that he made bad choices there. Tucker's here now, so we might be moving forward. We might let you go right now.
Oh,
is that all right?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, R.A. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
He's made the choices he did because that's what he wanted to do, and I am a big fan of adults making adult decisions, and they get to have the consequences. There are adult consequences for adult decisions, and some people want those consequences and say, that's what I want to do, and so I'm cool with that. I've got to take this call. This is Ivan.
Call from
framed.
To accept.
Ivan, I'm going to cut you off if the judge walks in the courtroom, and it's not not about anything else. I apologize. You were framed.
I'm framed. I didn't mean Mark Jensen. I meant Mark Tinsley, the guy who would sue a sunny day. We all know who he is. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Mark Jensen would do something else on a sunny day, and we don't want to talk about that.
I know he'd draw weird things.
Yes.
Okay. Mark Tinsley is on retainer. Okay. He is suing.
Okay, I've got to let you go. They're here. Judge is here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
All here who need to be here. Defendant and prosecutors, court personnel. I've got a note from the jury. Judge Jones, we have come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are a hung jury and need guidance on how to proceed. Thank you. Foreperson, juror number 3. So, I believe how we proceed is we give the Allen charge, the hung jury instruction. Again, invited comment from either side, but that's the standard operating procedure when you are advised that the jury's hung.
Stay with agree on. To be honest, I don't know the procedure, Your Honor. If you wouldn't mind, check with one of my advisors real quick, just to make sure.
Yeah, this is the procedure.
I would imagine you're right, Your Honor.
You can check with them, go ahead, but that's how it works. There's a specific instruction when the jury says they can't reach a unanimous decision and are deadlocked. It's called the Allen charge, jury deadlock, 4.1.
Oh, never mind.
The Allen charge is the judge basically saying, try harder, go back, rethink it, and then come back and tell me. I don't think we've ever seen this be issued, and it's going to be interesting because.
Okay. Yeah, I've been advised that. Yeah, you can go ahead and go with the Allen charge.
Okay, let me just review it. It's 4.1, jury deadlock.
Go back, keep deliberating, try again. And it might be very specific in how they should go about it, depending on the wording of this. So it's not something we see very often.
Bring them in, please.
Bring them in. Judge is ready.
The Allen charge. That's probably the name of the case from which it emanated. It's standard jury instruction 4.1, jury deadlock.
The jury has sent a note to the courtroom saying that, Judge, we've come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are hung, that we can't reach a decision.
That's all right.
The jury's going to be filing in. This is the time you want to watch the jury. You want to watch the jury here because they have made their decision and they're standing by it. They have voted. So if Tucker watches them file in, watch for the ones that make eye contact. Watch for the ones that won't. Look at the body language. This is.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone.
He's going to read the note again.
Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. Yeah, it's cooling down in here. I heard that it might have been a bit stuffy in the jury room. We have fans there, and I did know a technician was trying to get more AC in there. So,
got a technician in the jury room?
Down, it should. But meanwhile, I received this communication from your foreperson, and I've shared it with the defendant and with prosecutors. It says, Judge Jones, we have come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are a hung jury and need guidance on how to proceed. Thank you. Signed, your foreperson. Okay. There is an instruction that is given by the judge when this happens. So I'm going to give it to you. I know that all of you have worked hard to try to find a verdict in this case. It apparently has been impossible for you so far. Sometimes an early vote before discussion can make it hard to reach an agreement about the case later. The vote, not the discussion, might make it hard to see all sides of the case. We are all aware that it is legally permissible for a jury to disagree. There are two things a jury can lawfully do: agree on a verdict or disagree on what the facts of the case may truly be. There is nothing to disagree about on the law. The law is, as I told you. If you have any disagreements about the law, I should clear them up for you now. That should be my problem, not yours. If you disagree over what you believe the evidence showed, then only you can resolve that conflict, if it is to be resolved. I have only one request of you. By law, I cannot demand this of you, but I want you to go back into the jury room. Then, taking turns, tell each of the other jurors about any weakness of your own position. You should not interrupt each other or comment on each other's views until each of you has had a chance to talk. After you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation for your services. So with that, you may now retire to continue with your deliberations.
You guys, that's the first time we've had, look at the judge. That's the first time we've had an Allen charge. Let's see if there's any discussion here once the jury is gone. He's asked them to go over and talk about the weaknesses.
Outside the courtroom. Give this note to the clerk. We'll make it part of the record, and we'll stand by and see what happens next.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, here's my understanding. The next time we hear from the jury, it will be either with a verdict or with announcement that they're hung, either way I would going to play verdict music for. And the reason for that is because they've been over the evidence. They've been able to get to the point where they can vote. They've seen enough. They don't have questions about the process. I would be very, very surprised if there were any more questions about the process at this point. I think now we're moving forward and basically everyone's going to go if they follow the judge's instruction. They don't have to. He can't demand them. It might be that they look and he said, well, you heard what the judge wanted to do. And everyone said, well, I'm not changing my opinion no matter what. And the other person says, well, neither am I. And the foreman says, well, then we don't have to go through this pointless exercise, which is what the judge said, where he said each of us go in there and each person give the weakest part of your argument. What is the weakest thing, the weakness in your position, which makes you flip, right? You're basically arguing for the opponent. And they're making each person say it and verbalize it. Not making them, but asking them to. If you can verbalize what your opponent would say about your own position, do that and let everyone talk, and then try to talk it out again. Oh, man. So that is the Allen charge. Let me go back. We're gonna pull up the Florida specific one. It is specifically written out in Florida's code. Florida jury instructions. Criminal Allen charge. The Allen charge is contained in a Florida standard jury instruction, which reads as follows, and this is what the judge read verbatim. I have only one request of you. By law, I cannot demand this of you, but I want you to go back into the jury room, then, taking your turns, tell each of the other jurors about any weaknesses in your positions. Hang on 1 second. Reading another. Let's go to the wrong link here. How did I find myself on the Baez Law Firm page? The key part of Florida's model, Allen instruction advises, but does not command the jurors to take turns to tell each of the other jurors about any weaknesses of your own position. The judge cannot order any juror to change their mind for the sake of reaching unanimity. In practice, a judge who issues an Allen instruction prematurely may prejudice the defendant's right to a fair trial. Is 6 hours premature? Because right now we're at 6 hours of. Well, we're at. Let's see. Can you guys math for me? I cannot do this. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I think we'll open the phone up again because we're going to have a little bit of time before this comes back. Is Lawn Lumber? Is Rob here? Let's see. I'm not sure if he is.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who's on the phone?
Rejected juror.
Rejected juror. What a sad name. What a sad name. How are you doing?
There's a story. I'm great. I'm super nervous. I've wanted to call all day, but I'm just super nervous.
Oh, don't
so
be nervous.
I hope I can get my point across.
Yeah.
I have been conflicted through this whole trial, and I feel like a hung jury is probably the best solution. I know it's probably not the best for Tucker, but I've been thinking all day, I wish there was a not innocent option because I think Tucker is not completely innocent. And I don't think that he's guilty in terms of the law, but I also don't think he's not guilty, if that makes any sense.
So you've got this gut feel that says he may be involved somehow, but the state hasn't proved it. Is that where you're at?
Exactly. And I know that the chat hasn't appreciated everything that I have said, especially in the beginning, because I am one of the people in chat who was triggered by the narcissism, and I realize that narcissism is not does not equal guilty. I completely realize that. However, those types of traits do influence how you look at a person's credibility. And that, along with all the things that you've mentioned today that bothered you about Tucker, especially for me, Paula's testimony, I just think it was so uncomfortable, and I just can't believe that she was not manipulated. I just, my gut tells me she's been manipulated, and I believe she's vulnerable. Mm-hmm.
So you want the middle ground. This is like Scotland, where they have the not proven option, right?
Right. Right.
Unfortunately, we don't have that. So I just want to clarify. Your gut tells you something's not right here, but the evidence doesn't tell you that he was guilty, right?
Right. But I still, I would be in that jury room. My gut tells me he's involved. At the very least, he knew about it. He lived with these people. He was there before and right after, if I'm not mistaken. I believe at the very least he knew about it, and possibly was involved in it. I just don't think he's innocent. I just don't. My gut tells me he doesn't. But if I were a juror, I would take it very serious. I would take the law very serious and consider that it's not about my gut feeling. Did the prosecution prove it?
Well, rejected juror, let me tell you this. That is exactly what you should be doing as a juror. I don't know why anyone would reject you as a juror because you're sitting there saying, personally, this is how I feel. But I have to look at this using the facts and the law. and you're making a decision based on those, being able to set aside your own personal feelings, which are strong, and I'm not faulting you for any of those. Those are perfectly legitimate feelings to have. That is exactly what a juror should do. And then once they've done that, once they've set it aside and come to a conclusion, whether it's for guilt or for not guilty, they should vote that way. So I commend you. I would recommend you to a jury, definitely, because that is what we want in a juror for sure.
Well, thank you, and I just want to commend you on your channel. I have been watching for a long time. Too much. I think I'm addicted to your channel.
Can you be addicted to a good thing?
Yeah, yes and no. I lost my job in October, and this has been distracting me from my job search. so, but I'm okay. I have a severance. I'm okay, but I really should. I don't think I can start the next trial because I really need to focus on my job search.
Rejected juror, it's been wonderful having you in chat. I appreciate you bringing an opinion that's different than my own. I honestly do.
I wanted to do it all day. I wanted to call all day, but I was so shy and nervous. So I appreciate you taking my call. And
it can be very intimidating, especially if chat seems to be almost unanimous in different direction, to be the one that types something that might not be the popular thing to say. I love that our chat can have that conversation, and that we can have respectful conversations where we can disagree, and the voice of one can still be heard, even when it differs from the voice of many. Thank you for being that. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, and I will be watching. I have to go to get my son off the bus.
Okay.
So
good luck with your job search. We've got our fingers crossed for you. Thanks a lot, Rejected
Thank
Juror.
you so much. Thank
We'll
you
see
so
you.
much.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I have a ton of calls coming in.
Call from
Jules.
Jules, hello.
Hey, I have opinions.
You have
and
opinions.
This isn't good. Yeah, this isn't going to go well. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go.
Let me say first, Asia Karasik, welcome to the gallery. I'm pretty sure I butchered your name, Asia. I'm sorry. And Diet Coke Mama, great case to be following. I don't think the state made their burden of proof. This lands squarely on the shoulders of an unprepared prosecution. Thank you, Diet Coke Mama. Now, Jules, what's your thoughts there?
Okay, this is not going to go well with quite a few people in the chat, but I don't care because the word narcissist is thrown around far too much for my liking. That's number one.
Okay.
I have a real problem when someone just arbitrarily throws out the word narcissist, because everywhere I go, that's all I hear. That person's a narcissist. That person's a narcissist. Even if he was, and I don't think he's a narcissist. I think Tucker is a man fighting for his life. That's my opinion. But even if he was a narcissist, just because someone's a narcissist does not make them a murderer.
Yeah.
So we have to keep that in mind, okay? You can't, and I agree with you, Scott. You can't go with your gut tells you.
Yeah.
You know. You can't do that.
We're not shaking the 8 ball to reach a conviction. We're not, I like this. You have to be a little narcissistic to run a YouTube channel. Thank you, G4 Outdoors. He also has a YouTube channel.
But do you understand what I said? Why that bothers me so much?
It is a term that's thrown around quite freely. And I know there are some people, we could take calls for the rest of the day with people who have truly dealt with and or lived with or been married to or have been fighting against a narcissist in their life, and a true narcissist. Yeah. They're out there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, or worked for one. Yes, that would be awful. Right. Please get a new job. But yes, it is a real thing.
But this is a man. Yeah. He's fighting for his life.
I agree.
Wouldn't you have a chip on your shoulder if you felt that you were falsely accused of a crime of this nature? I would have a chip on my shoulder.
Yeah. We need to have Dr. G come in here and diagnose the narcissism. I think it actually takes a diagnosis to get that. Jules, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think a lot of people
You're welcome. Sorry if I offended anyone.
I think it resonated with a lot of people.
In the chat.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Call from
Nanny.
Is it Manny or Nanny?
Nanny. N is in nanny.
N is in nanny. Okay, yes, I got it. Nanny, how are you doing? Thanks for the call.
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm on pins and needles. I'm expecting this to be a quick one.
Yeah. So I'll try and keep it quick. And first of all, I hate my voice, but second of all, I completely stand with the rejected juror, including being nervous. I'm shaking right now. So
don't be. It's so not nerve wracking. It's just talking to one person on the phone. That's all that's happening, and then a few thousand people on the internet.
I'm with you, but so I agree with her. I don't know how I would vote if I were on the jury, but I definitely would have a hard time. So that was one thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say, and I'm going to keep it quick, is that I wish my husband loved me as much as you love your wife. So I just really respect that.
Thank you, and I'm sorry. I don't know how to answer that.
And I've been married almost 50 years. So anyway.
I won the lottery with my wife. I'll say that. I married up.
You did. Yes.
I feel bad for her. But
no, she won the lottery as well. But I also wanted to let you know that I'm a subscribed lurker, so I just watch you, but I never called, or I rarely comment. But the last thing I wanted to say is I was catching up a little bit, and I was hearing the poor, I think they were both ladies that called about murder in their family.
Yeah.
And just on the other side of it, this was years ago, but my best friend's son actually committed a quadruple murder. And the stress and post-traumatic stress disorder that hit my best friend. It was horrible. He had no idea, but he went through everything that you can imagine with the police and everything. And so it's horrible. It's horrible for the person or the family where somebody is murdered, but it's also horrible for the family that the murderer is in.
Yeah. Heart goes out to you. I am so sorry. I hope everything gets better. I don't know how else to say that. I'm in a tough spot. I don't know how to say what I want to say. Thank you for the kind words.
No, I understand.
And I hope things get better. I really do.
And they will. But I just wanted to show, because you don't always hear that other side of the story, and I just wanted to share that other side too. That it's horrible all around for everybody. So.
Thank you for sharing that.
Anyway.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We'll talk again soon, I hope.
Okay, thank
right.
you.
We'll see you. You did great. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Wonderful. Amy Detloff, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Love the yellow courthouse by your name. There are a couple super chats that I wanted to read out. Teddy Bear says, as the daughter of someone with NPD that has suffered narcissistic abuse, thank you, Jules. A lot of thank yous in chat for Jules. Ivan said, this is the best week of my true crime life. Look how easy it is to frame me. Makes you think, no? Everyone believed it was me. Justice for Ivan. Thank you. And then Mickey earlier said, free Ivan. Kristen confessed in chat, but we blamed Ivan. We jumped on it. I led the charge. I prosecuted Ivan and judge, jury, execution. No, the mods, actually, they helped me out on this by banning him.
Call from.
I know it's Ivan. Ivan, how are you doing?
Hey. Okay. I will accept apologies in the form of Fireball and
Bitcoin. And Bitcoin.
And Bitcoin. Yes. Fireball and Bitcoin. That could be my bio.
Well, you're not getting any fireballs from me because I just don't buy it. And as far as Bitcoin goes, I don't have much to give, but we'll see.
Well, hey, I just want to say I love the prank. Like nobody loves a prank more than Ivan. Okay,
it was good.
For Kristen, like she kept apologizing. Like, you don't need to apologize to me. Okay, like I literally took a bullet to the knee. Okay, you can't hurt me. Okay, like not with words, not with pranks. Okay, that was perfect. Okay, but let it be known, this one, like, he's like,
This is like, this is an object lesson. This is, you're holding up as a poster saying, look, this is what I've been saying all along. Look how easy it was for us.
Is it to frame?
For us to frame
with no evidence, right? Just a text, just a message, right? Like, how easy?
I
was it
jumped
for
to a
people-
conclusion because
You did, all right, and you're guilty. And Mark Tinsley will be contacting you, okay? And so
bring it, Ivan. Bring your lawsuit. Just kidding. Oh man, it would be an honor to be prosecuted by Mark Tinsley. I'd be like, how can I drag this out just so I can hear you berate me in court for longer? What a great guy! What a great guy, honestly.
It really is like all jokes aside though, like it really is sort of like a social experiment on how to frame somebody. Like, how easy was that? Like Ivan's just the joker. He's the funny guy. Like,
well,
like,
Ivan, if you hadn't been so easy to frame, clearly this has got to be your fault somehow. How can we blame you?
Yeah. How dare I wear a short shirt? I deserve
Ivan, you're gonna start the chat on fire. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Got to let you go. you're starting fires here.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, how easy was it? Like, how easy was it for people to point the finger?
Yeah.
And I think it was a great social experiment. I was happy to be a part of it. Like, my ego is through the roof right now. My wife is rolling her eyes at me, like she can't handle it right now.
Let me just say, for those of you who have just come to know and love Ivan the way I do, Ivan has his own YouTube channel. We'd love for you to go out and check it out. If you type !Rebel in chat, it'll give you a link to his channel. He's been with us for a very long time. He provides oftentimes an opinion different than my own. His life experience has been substantially different than my own, and he's become a very good friend of mine. So sometimes he can be annoying, he can be abrasive, but we love him all the much more just for that. So
almost always on purpose.
Yes.
Sometimes by accident, but usually on purpose. But like, you know what? Like, we need truth tellers. We need people who make things uncomfortable. We need disruptors, and I am a certified disruptor.
And I feel we need less of that than Ivan feels we need, and that's where we disagree sometimes, and that's why Ivan often gets timed out, sometimes even for a whole day. But it's awesome. Ivan, thank you for your kindness, and please drop the lawsuit. I don't want to hear from Tinsley.
No, the lawsuit is dropped, but me bringing this up forever, you know it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to reference this in every case we jump to conclusions in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on. Let's talk about the important stuff. You're at 926 subs on your YouTube channel. I'd love to see you hit 1,000 over this. Clip this, and post this on your channel, so we can go back and watch it. Edit it down to the pertinent parts. And Krista's like, do not drop the lawsuit.
Like, hey, Cachette, can you please clip like all these important parts? Like, I know Cachette is like the queen of like clipping things. Like, I can't clip stuff because I'm just too ADHD. But like, Cachette, please clip all this. Get me 75 more so I can get monetized.
There you go.
And then the games begin.
Ivan, thank you so much. We'll catch you later. That's your last call of the day. You've used them all up, so hopefully nothing
100%.
happens.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Talk to you later, man. We'll see you. Bye. All right. We love him because he's annoying and abrasive, says Rudy Patootie. Ivan was the first person who, he came into chat with a level of honesty and openness about things that we were all curious about, and that's why we fell in love with him. That's why we like him. And I realize there are some people that would rather gouge their eyes out and poke pencils in their ear than hear Ivan on the call again. But Ivan is a genuine person. I don't know how else to say this. He's genuine. He is what he says he is, and just he's a good guy. He's got a huge heart. He's a nice guy. Anyway, so Ivan's channel, if you type !Rebel like this, sorry, Lumia stream, Lumia Stream is the software I use to reply to these commands. So it'll only post it once every 60 seconds. So if one person does it and you do it right after, it won't work. But Ivan's channel is right here. It's Ivan Victor 715 on YouTube. So anyway, is there a way to get notification if there's a verdict? Crunchy Fog, we anticipate that's going to happen very shortly. Let's see.
Call from Karen Ricky.
Hello, Karen. How are you doing today?
Hi, Scott. I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing just great. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind?
I could tell it's a full moon. This has been a strange, strange day.
It's been wild.
But I have a question for you. Should they come back hung jury, is he off his house arrest if and until the prosecution decides to recharge? Like, is it over?
I believe
Okay.
yes.
That's what I
don't know
thought,
how
but I
fast they
wasn't
can-
sure.
I don't know how fast they could refile charges, but I'm not
Like,
aware of
will
anything
he-
else holding him, and that would the judge would say, as of right now, you're a free man pending the state
Interesting.
determining to file charges again.
This is going to be very, very interesting. I've never seen it before. So I was like, I really don't. I've heard about it. I've caught a case like afterwards, and they'll be like, well, this is the second go around. And I missed the first go around.
Yeah.
So interesting. Well, thank you. I had a question, but the chat moved so fast. So close. Like, I'm just going to call and ask.
It's a lot of people. We expect any minute now that the jury's going to come back if they're still hung. This will happen pretty quickly. It doesn't take long for 12 people to list the things that are not in favor of.
I can't imagine it would. I have been picked for jury, but never picked, but called for jury duty, and just they didn't pull my little ball out of the bingo thing or whatever,
Unlucky.
So
or
interesting.
lucky,
Well, I'll be watching.
Thank you so much.
And I hope your package gets there soon.
Me too. I'm hoping as well. Appreciate that. We'll see.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. Congratulations, Ivan, on reaching 1,000 subscribers. That is just great. I appreciate you guys doing that. Ivan's a good guy. I really like him. I truly mean that. It's not for content that he's on the channel. He's a true friend. We talk on the weekends oftentimes. He gives me a call, and we talk for quite a bit. We've talked about many things that aren't related to court, parenting and the challenges that go on there. He's a great guy, and I've loved getting to know him. Super happy for him. Congratulations on 1,000 subscribers. He's still timed out. He can't call anymore. We still have him on a call ratio. He's used his up. All right. This is let's see. We have Rebecca on the phone. Just one second.
Call from
Rebecca.
Rebecca, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm on pins and needles. We're watching, as we all are.
I know.
Hoping for.
I know. I've been watching you all day long. It's just crazy. I want to ask you a question, and I probably should know the answer to this, but it could take as little as one person to create a hung jury, correct?
Yes. It can only be one. It has to be a unanimous decision in this. The only thing in Florida, they have changed the law, and we talked about this the other day. They changed the law, and if there was a death penalty case, it would take a unanimous decision to convict, and then the penalty phase is separate, and they can have a death penalty with less than 100%. So it would be a less than unanimous verdict and still have, after a conviction, still have the death penalty.
But he's not up for the death penalty. He's up for life, right?
He's up for life, yeah. I don't think they're seeking the death penalty in this one.
Right. So it could be one person holding out in this particular case.
Yes, very much. We don't know yet what the numbers are. It could be the other way. It could be one person thinking he's guilty and everyone else saying not guilty.
That's very true. That is so true. Well, I have a couple of questions, and I have my doubts, but I think he's more not guilty than I think that he is guilty. So I don't think the state had enough to do without reasonable doubt. I just don't think so.
You know what was a big deciding factor for me was the DNA. It is.
Yes.
we have watched enough cases to know how easy it is to find DNA from a crime scene, especially a violent crime scene, where evidence was picked up from the crime scene, and to have a perfect murder, that's basically what the prosecution is saying. We have someone who committed the perfect murder, who left no evidence, was not identified by anyone, other than the other participant. And so there's no way we can prove it was him, but we know it was, because who else would it be?
But for the DNA to come back inconclusive, that's not saying that he did do it, and that's not saying that he didn't do it, which means that's doubt, and they can't convict on doubt.
That DNA is also not saying that I didn't do it, and it's not saying that I did do it. It's any one of us could have been, insert our name in there. That's what the DNA is telling us.
Yeah.
So,
right. Exactly. I hope they come back and we get this over with.
Yeah.
And they can move on with their life.
Yep.
With whatever that may entail,
For those that are not aware, the jury has come back with a question, and they did this about an hour ago, I guess. They came back with a question and said that unfortunately we have come to the conclusion that we can't agree, and we're hung. And the judge read the Allen charge to them. The Allen charge is a dynamite charge. It's meant to shake things up, rattle the cage a little bit and see if they can settle and reach a conclusion or not. And so that is what they're doing right now. And we're waiting. We anticipate the next time the jury comes out, either they have a verdict or they're going to say, we've tried, Judge, and we're hung.
Yeah. If they come back a second time with the same situation, he's not going to send them back again. Yeah. Right?
No, he can't.
I mean, I guess he could.
He can't. He can't. You can only light the dynamite once. Once it goes boom goes the dynamite, and if you didn't do it, you don't relight the dynamite. It's exploded. You've tried. Mm-hmm. They tried. The instructions from the Supreme Court on the jury instructions say at that point, if they come back with a hung jury, then the judge dismisses them and thanks them for their service and declares a mistrial.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's been fun listening to you all day today. Needless to say, I washed some glassware in the lab and listened to you there and at my desk and just all over. And I've decided that we need an Ayden egg timer.
An Ayden timer.
Yes, an Ayden timer.
This is going to be the new item of merch. We'll sell Ayden timers, and anytime somebody comes up to you that's talking that you don't want to listen to, you just flip the timer and say, "You got this long." Is that what you want?
Yep, what a great idea, right?
Ayden, we'd have to split the royalties with you somehow for the idea.
But we all love Ayden, so that's the cool part about it, and he takes it in stride. Yeah. So, and Buttercup says hello to everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate Buttercup as well.
She loves y'all too. Okay, I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to keep listening.
All right. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Great to hear from you again.
Thank you so much, Scott, for everything you do. I love you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, I just also hung up on the new call that was coming in. I apologize for that. I was wrong. I said about an hour. It's been about half an hour since the jury came back with the initial note saying that they were unable to reach a decision. As far as retrial, if there was a retrial, let's see. I've got Attorney Chris, a very experienced attorney, Chris, by the way, sending me text messages. Hopefully you can give me a call. We don't have a lot of time to talk individually, but let's see. He sent me some text messages. I have answers why the state performed so poorly. I in fact have lots of answers. Let me know if you want to chat, Chris. We might have to do this at a time when we can portion out a reasonable period of time to talk about this. I'd love to hear. You did criminal defense for 25 years. Also not far, just up in Virginia. Okay, let's see. OG Sean White. All right, thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. If hung, oh, somebody's here. Package? No. Okay, trying to take a call here. Let's see if it'll work. Did not work. There's some numbers that try to connect, and for some reason they never will connect properly. I'm not sure if you guys are doing something on your end that changes how it connects. All right. Steven, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. We call that admitting to being an addict. Appreciate you doing that. Let's see. We've got a call here.
Call from
Deb.
Deb, this is Recovery Addict.
Yep.
If you turn your sound down just a little bit, it won't be as confusing. But what's on your mind? Deb, you there?
Deb, you there?
Hello, Deb.
Hi, hello.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, no, I can. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. What's on your mind?
So, well, I'm going to take. I think I have an opposite view.
Excellent.
I don't. So here's the thing. In a perfect world, if I was a juror in there, in a perfect world, I would be able to separate my gut emotions or my, feelings about how he approached the case and things that he said and did in the case, and I would be able to focus just on the facts. But I think it's not always a perfect world, and sometimes I didn't appreciate, I didn't get to watch the entire trial as closely as I wanted because I work and I have you in one ear and work in the other and on and on like that. But that whole Paula interview just set me totally in the wrong direction. I caught a couple of things where he said, I remember the one time he said, are you going to be good? And
right.
it set me off. And then the constant, for a couple of hours trying to pull all this information out of her and letting her go. And then it took 3 times to ask her, did you take any meds today? And the first time, nope. Second time, no. And then Paula, now this is very, very important. Did you take? And it just left such a icky feeling inside of me. And I didn't like it. And so and that shouldn't be why I find him guilty or anything like that, but it just came across a little slimy to me. And I think if there's any juror sitting in there, and I wouldn't call him a narcissist, I would call him a little bit of, and his constant apologizing to the jury. It got annoying. And it shouldn't, I don't know, but it did to me. He was constantly apologizing and constantly kind of murmuring under his breath to the jury. And I don't know. Do I think they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt? No. But if there is a juror in there sitting there saying, he is guilty, I will not change my mind, I think that may be part of it, is trying to separate your personal gut emotions from the facts.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to do. It's difficult, especially if we have life experience with somebody with the same characteristics or same personality traits, and we look at that and we're like, that's
and you can't
triggers,
get past it.
It triggers everything else.
It does. It does.
We've got motion. I've got to let you go. I'm going to play the verdict
fine.
music.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye. All right. That's super loud. Here we go. I'm going to do this right here. And this is preemptive. I don't know if we have a verdict or if we're hung or if we have a question, but it's my guess. It's my guess that the jury has reached some sort of conclusion.
We're all here. I got a note from foreperson. Judge Jones, we cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict. Thank you, foreperson.
It's hung.
So that's pretty much it.
That is it. It's over.
We gave them the Allen charge. They went back and presumably abided by it. They've been out, and so
The only thing I would proffer,
You can't.
perhaps if we sent them home and told
No.
them to bring them back tomorrow.
No.
Give it one last try. I mean,
Tucker's shaking his
put
head. I'm
3
shaking my
weeks
head.
into
That's
this
not the
trial.
law.
They've only been deliberating for less than a full day. Juries have often spent days deliberating. It's almost 5 o'clock.
This is not the law.
If Your Honor's inclined to think that way, or if you want to just go ahead and...
Your Honor, if I might.
Yes, sir.
I would assume discharge the jury at this point. Let them go home.
Discharge the jury, and he goes home.
It has been a long trial already. We asked,
Read the law.
was worried
Read
about
the law.
time, and they've been here almost a month.
They cannot keep them. They cannot keep them. The
I'm
judge is
looking
already.
for the right way to express this.
Oh, he's frustrated. The judge is mad. It's a waste of time, according to the judge's.
To me, it's disappointing that we go through this lengthy process and don't get a result, one way or the other. And there's been a lot of time, money, effort, stress, you name it. Everybody's worked very hard, and it's been almost 3 weeks, and you would hope at the end of that process you would get a result. We haven't. I understand that the state's suggestion, but I'm disinclined to do it. I'll just fall back on a couple rationale. First of all, when I've been faced with these situations, and they do come up now and again, I give them the Allen charge. They are unable to reach unanimity. That's pretty much it. And plus, even the charge itself, and I'll go back and read it, says I'll declare a mistrial if you can't reach a unanimous verdict. I think it would be disingenuous and counterproductive and not fair to
Do you want to even inquire of them if they feel that maybe a night to everybody to sleep on it, come back tomorrow and read
I want to scream.
Be beneficial?
Would it be legal is the question, not beneficial.
Again, Your Honor, I disagree at this point. I mean, again,
It's
looking at...
all right. I'm not going to do it. I believe me. The last thing I want is a mistrial, but we're there. I told them, the Allen charge says, after you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom, and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation. So I understand the suggestion, but I'm not going to do that, to say, okay, sleep on it, come on back tomorrow, or how about that? And then, sorry. Certainly
You did not prove your
understand
case.
and pretty well express my sentiments, but I just have not seen that procedure over the length of time I've been a judge and a trial lawyer, and it seems contrary to what the rule says and doesn't say. So, no thank you. Let me find the discharge instruction.
He won. It's not the clean victory that we were hoping for. It's not the total vindication of 12 jurors of his peers standing up and saying that this was
I've
not
got to
proven.
remember what that number instruction is.
But the end result is pro se, just
4.2. There it
one.
is. Okay. Bring him in.
They can retry him. Now realize this is not double jeopardy to retry someone on a charge. That is still out there. That still hangs out there. I don't think they will. Obviously, I don't think they should. But you cannot be tried twice for the same crime if they've reached a conclusion. If they said not guilty, you can't be tried again. But where it's a mistrial, it means that the procedure can start over from the beginning. It would be a new jury. It would be a new trial. It would obviously be a new trial date. There was no winner here. We played the soccer match and nobody scored.
All right, please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. I've received the latest communication, shared it with the defendant and the prosecutors. I'll recite it now. Judge Jones, we cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict. Thank you, foreperson. So, you remember the Allen charge I read you when we first were notified of this deadlock, and I told you that if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried. So that's at this point what I'm going to do. If you all can't reach a unanimous verdict, then I accept that fact. I'm going to declare this case a mistrial.
It's done.
So with that, I'm going to give you a final instruction here, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So it's been almost 3 weeks. As I've told you throughout, and I sincerely meant it every time, and I mean it now. You've been a great group of people. You've been very flexible. You've been very understanding. You've been very patient. You've been very attentive. And obviously, you gave it your best consideration. We can ask nothing more than that. So thank you. I will say this also about this case has received substantial media coverage, and I'm confident that you all have insulated yourself from that as I have asked you to do. I have no doubt that you followed my cautionary instructions to the letter, and I thank you for that. But meanwhile, there's been certainly a lot of coverage. You see the TV cameras have covered this on Court TV. I believe there's a YouTube channel that's covered it as well as the print media. So as I said in this particular instruction, now it's up to you to decide whether to protect your privacy as a juror. There may be requests from many different sources, and you will make that decision as to how you want to handle that. You're no longer under that order that I gave you about not talking to anybody about the case. It'll be up to you. So with that, thank you so much, folks. You're now discharged as a jury in this case. So you can go with the deputies, get your stuff, and take care.
And now Judge gets to address Mr. Tucker, who is currently out on bond. And those charges would have to be refiled.
Yeah, we're going to make this no part of the record. Okay, the jurors are gone. Be at ease. So, here we are.
Cut off the ankle monitor, and you're free to go.
Almost back to square one. But in any event, what we need to do is put this case back on a docket. So the question is when
Or if.
I don't think February 8th makes a whole lot of sense.
No, let's go with the March one.
So we've
So they just go straight to a
March
retrial?
7th pretrial.
Yes, sir. Judge, we would just ask for the court to reinstate the gag order. There's been so much out there that when we retry this case, we're still going to have to get a jury from this community to the extent that we can limit now the information that's getting out there. I know that you know, it's absurd how much attention this case has gotten, but we are going to have to pick a jury again from this community. So I'd ask this court to reinstate the gag order in order to assist us in the endeavor of doing that in a couple of months.
Well, one step at a time, so I will certainly consider that request. So March 7th for the defense?
Yes.
Okay.
There's currently no gag order?
The 139, we've been calling it at 9, even though it's per se.
Well,
a redo.
9 o'clock is, that usually the 9 o'clock call is for cases with private attorneys. PD and pro se is usually at 1:30. So I don't know why we should necessarily break from what we've been doing, but if
9 a.m.
unless there's any.
9 a.m. works.
All right. So 9 a.m.
9 a.m. March 7th, correct?
Yeah.
March 7th.
Okay.
We're back.
That's one thing.
We're starting
Next,
over with the new jury.
So the conditions of your release remain the same, and we're going to go back to the random, whatever the testing regimen was in terms of whatever substance or alcohol. That's, I basically during the trial had slacked off on that, feeling that again you were here constantly, you were busy with your defense, and so, but now all the conditions of the release remain in effect.
Okay.
So as far as the protective order or the so-called gag order, does the defense have any position as to that?
Your Honor, I would be of the opinion that it's, look, we vacated the gag order because it became pointless, and I still think it's pointless at this point. Like, again, yes, there has been plenty of media coverage, and I don't see how we're going to roll back and unring the bell at this point. You know, so I don't see the point at this point. I just don't see the point.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, that seems to me to be something that's going to take some thought. So I've got to refresh my recollection as to the extent of that and what that would mean. So that means that...
Right, Judge, we were not allowed to talk about the case to the media, you know, get interviews about, I mean, the defendant was posting on Facebook all day today, even during closing arguments. So, I mean, how are we ever going to get a jury here in 2 months that hasn't heard something about this case and is tainting this jury pool?
Your Honor, if I might, I somehow doubt the rule.
Let's relax. Not everybody just relax, okay? Let's just. I know it's been a long 3 weeks, but now's not the time to get too argumentative. I got to think about this. I understand the impetus, but and the rationale. I'm just asking myself the practicality of it and the enforcement of it, and I need a little time to think about it.
I understand, Judge. Let me just put on the record. Last night I received about 11 threats on my phone, on my personal cell phone. They started yesterday afternoon. They continued into the evening.
That is wrong.
I don't know how my cell phone number got out there.
Do not.
I suspect how it got out there. But now I'm receiving death threats to the point where I'm going to have to change my phone number. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of media blitz is affecting me personally, and I don't think it's right. So I'll be changing my phone number because somehow my phone number has been compromised, and I got threats against myself and my family. So,
Mr. Tucker, please, just
hold on, not Mr. Tucker.
Let me just. Mr. Mansfield has just raised a legitimate concern. I'll give you the chance to respond. So that's very troubling. I certainly am disturbed by that fact. I've received in my office, which I've endeavored not to read the emails or ask my assistant not to, to tell me what these phone calls are about. I'm not aware of any threats, but I'm certainly aware of people's criticisms and comments and opinions. That's a natural product of the coverage this case has received, and so all I'm asking myself, and I'll confess, I don't know that I have my head wrapped around the issue right now. I remember the order that I issued. I reviewed it at the beginning of the case when I suspended it, and it was pretty involved. And I would think I'm almost inviting problems if all of a sudden I say, oh, it's in effect, and all these people are curious and the like start talking and asking questions, and I don't want to have anybody in a gotcha situation. So certainly I think rules and ethics and laws would certainly say that there should be no communicating threats, no intentional rabble-rousing, so to speak. I don't know what, or directing animosities or hostilities or anything toward anybody in this case. And I'm certainly not going
it's never
to
appropriate
be
if that ever happens.
pinpointing or blaming anybody. So I don't know what more I can say than that. I don't know, Mr. Tucker, now you want to say something?
Actually, I didn't say anything earlier, Your Honor, but I would like to say this. Look, I receive, I don't know how much hate mail myself, right?
Okay.
And I do, don't get me wrong, I do take offense at the, was it the innuendo that somehow, I had something to do with Mr.
Never said
Mann's
that.
No, I don't think.
I think it was an innuendo, though.
Well, I didn't construe it as such, but there's no.
By the way, I have no control over those people, what they do, and I somehow doubt the whole world looks at my Facebook.
Okay.
So anyway, thing is, Your Honor, like I said, I think I'm still of the opinion that we vacated it for a reason. Same reason I would say that it's probably not a good idea to reinstate. But I'm deferring to the court at this point because you say you need time. I'm more than willing to let you have time.
Okay.
Decide as you may.
Well, in any event,
Judge, may I add one final point with your permission?
Okay, go ahead.
Just very briefly, Judge, whether you lift or vacate the order or reinstate it, you did ask us once you vacated it to act professionally amongst each other, and I can tell the court that the state has been called dirty bastards, you've been berated, and we have not once made a comment about the defendant in this case, so we should at least have that level of ethics amongst us and not have to face that on a day-by-day basis.
Well, if the shoe fits.
I don't think Mr. Mansfield indicated, I certainly didn't construe it as somehow or other you encouraging or being the source of these threats. But there's no doubt, Mr. Tucker, that you have endeavored over the course of this to make this a public affair with all your social medias and all your other efforts to publicize it. That's coming from your side of things. That's just a fact.
No, that is a fact, Your Honor. I'm not going to deny it.
So to the extent that, unfortunately, there's folk in this world, this country, that get riled up about certain things and act inappropriately. I know that's a very general statement, but it's an offshoot. So I do agree with Mr. Alvarez. I did say that, and I think mutual respect is what I would expect. And if I need to have some, or if there needs to be some evidentiary hearing or some showing when there's a renewed motion to reinstate the protective order, I'll be happy to do it. I'm just saying right now at this point in time for me to just put my foot down and say, oh, it's back again. I understand the request, but please understand my belief that I need to look at it with a clear head
Your Honor, I'm just to reaffirm or reassure you. Yes, I can go ahead and tone my language down. I can definitely do that. Again, if mutual respect is what you're looking for, I have, as you saw this morning, I do have some ethical concerns myself, but at the same time, I can at least keep my public persona as far as what I say respectful.
Thank you. So, I think that's pretty much it for now.
So, thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate everyone's hard work. I'm just going to sign this order here as to the.
I led you guys astray a little bit. I was of the belief that that the state said they were not going to try it again. They get one shot at this, and that was it. Hey, welcome to the 13th jurors. Welcome. We had a brandy raid just now. Thank you very much. I thought that maybe perhaps when the state said that, they meant that, and apparently they didn't mean that if there would be a mistrial, they wouldn't seek another trial. So they are seeking a new trial. The mistrial means this one, goes back to basics, and we start over. So we now go from everywhere we were. All the progress that we've made is started over. We start over with, I believe, jury selection. That's my understanding, and that's going to start on the 7th of March at 9 a.m. So we pushed it out a couple months, and this starts over. They cannot put a gag order on the jurors. This is true. They cannot. And I've got a call coming in.
From
My kid's personal Uber driver.
Hello, my kid's personal Uber driver. Good to talk to you again. How are you doing?
Hey. Sorry, I actually didn't think you were going to answer this time.
I try. What are your thoughts here?
I just want to thank you for actually covering this case, because I've always wondered if I could remain impartial in a jury, because they never call me. And so this whole case, I've had this ick feeling, but I never could bring myself to, he's guilty. So it was kind of like a little civics lesson for us here.
It was a test run for you, and did it work?
It did.
Man.
It absolutely did, because this whole time I've had this ick feeling. I felt something was off about him, but I don't think I could go into that jury room and say guilty. There's just no, I feel like I would be the holdout. There's no way I could say guilty.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. Some people are saying waste of time, waste of money. This is the process that we have to go through, and
it is the process.
And we're going to go through it again now. It's the
That's
jury.
The crazy part.
The jury was not able to come to an agreement, and so we start over with jury selection. Now it starts over with all the attention and the public scrutiny that we've had to this point. Now does he lawyer up? Now does he have a lawyer?
He needs to lawyer up. He needs to lawyer up at this point.
Because the eyes are on it now, and possibly.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's, man.
Well, and to see how close he came to getting a guilty verdict, that should maybe scare him a little into lawyer up.
But the other side of that is he's learned a lot. Okay, and arguably he just won as a pro se. He just won. It's not a.
Well, that's true.
He won the first round. He didn't win the whole war, but he won a round. And you can see the frustration on Mr. Mansfield's face. He's so mad. I mean, he's mad that
you can see it in his whole body.
Somebody's called me, and they call me dirty bastages. I forget, what did he say? Bastage? I think that's what the word was. But
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they say, no, this is now affecting us. What do you think Mr. Tucker has been dealing with as well? He's getting hate mail. He's getting all this.
Absolutely.
He's like, welcome to my world.
Absolutely.
At least you haven't been dragged to jail for a couple years and then prosecuted for 7 more.
Absolutely. It's crazy. But I do think I think he needs to look, because yes, he is very smart and he would be a great attribute to his defense, but I think he needs the legally people to fight this just to make sure.
Yeah. I got a motion here, a super chat from Tiffany. It says, motion to revert thumbnail to grayscale and convert each item to color as retrial progresses. As we go back through it. Oh, wow. there might be
Oh
new
my
things.
goodness. Oh my
The fact patterns sometimes change. I mean, not the facts of the case don't change, but the way they're introduced to the court on a retrial sometimes changes. So.
Right. And I mean, if you look at his YouTube channel, there's lots of videos that we didn't see. So maybe
A ton.
I don't know.
And I can tell you, he said he's going to tone down his rhetoric. He's going to use nicer words when he talks about the people he doesn't feel very nicely about. But there is so much information now that he wants to get out. I'm very glad for him that the gag order was not reinstated now. This is bizarre that you've got all this attention, and now at the end of the trial, after a mistrial, now we're going to do a gag order because 12 people.
Yeah, it would, even if there was a gag order, he's got like that other channel, Justice is a Process or whatever like that.
They're
not
following it
on
closely.
A gag order,
right? And I'm not.
Yeah,
I can talk
and
about anything. I can call
you're
people
not.
up. We could if one of the jury members who was dismissed wanted to talk to us, we could interview them. I will tell you that because this is still in trial, I would not interview Mr. Tucker. I have to be very careful.
I wouldn't say Tucker.
But his wife's been on the phone several times, and I would still be interested in talking to her as she had information. That's the same. But with the case ongoing, I would feel
unless they put it on her too.
I believe she was under a gag order, but that was lifted.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Unless they put it back on her.
I would never do anything that would encourage
Hopefully
someone else
not.
to break a gag order. I'm 100% with the judge when he says those threats, that hate mail, stuff like that is not the way to accomplish anything.
That's
I'm not
not
a fan
okay.
of that. I'm not okay. I've never been in support of that.
No.
But
No, that must have come from Reddit.
yeah, the state could drop the charges now. They could, because this costs money, right? It costs money to prosecute. It costs time and money, and they can look at this. I'm surprised they didn't poll the jury, or at least find out what the numbers were. As far as I mean, you don't want to identify who said what, but I'm surprised. Maybe it will come out in a juror interview. We'll have to watch some of the other channels and see if some of the jurors are willing to talk, because I think the ones on his side might be interested in talking. So,
well, now the state prosecutor, he said it was a one-shot deal, so maybe he knows something that his office isn't going to try this again. They may set the pre-trial, but maybe the office isn't going to try it again.
Yeah, I don't know. Lots of things can happen between now and the new trial. Maybe Travis will get that motion granted to to withdraw his testimony. There's all sorts of things that could happen. So anyway,
well, again, thanks for covering it. Thanks for letting me touch my brain.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Catch you again. See you.
All right, bye.
All right, maybe a lawyer this time, maybe not. Lots of questions, but man, the prosecutor is angry. This is a loss for the prosecutor. This is a loss that he presented all his evidence, and he could not convince 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a loss for him, and now he has to try and do it again. Judge called out the channel. Yep, he's aware that YouTube channels are following this. Did call us out. Why did the judge decide to retry? Well, TX Angel, I think the judge did the right thing. That's the normal process. But I was under the expectation that the state had said earlier that this was a one-shot deal. They only got one shot at this. And so that was my understanding. It was probably wrong. That they were going to, if this didn't succeed, that they would drop it. I'll have to go back and listen to that audio, because I mean, that's what I got out of it. We've got calls. I'm dropping calls all over the place. Sorry. Let's see. Let's wrap it for the day. Hang on. One second. My packages have not come yet. Let's see. Okay. Let me do this. Sorry, I'm trying to do 6 things at once. I've got about 1,000 messages I need to respond to, and I apologize. The burner phone has been super busy. Yeah. Travis wants to withdraw his testimony. Yes, he does. He filed a motion, or his lawyer filed a motion to do that, and they weren't allowed to bring that up in trial. I believe it's being retread because it's personal, says Dream of Laundry. Let's see. Here's a call.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL, this is Scott. Good to talk to you again. How are you doing?
Pretty good, Scott. Thank you for your coverage. To go wrap it up for today, but I just want to thank you for all you do. You covered this case good. Your audio, I'll say it every time, is immaculate. And I just want to give a little caution if we're going to watch the Crumley trial.
Mm-hmm.
We have to understand that there are Second Amendment and firearm issues, and people can land on either side of them. And I think that maybe there should, maybe there should be a caution to the community as far as like, let's watch the case as we do all the other cases. Could express our opinions, but let's keep it kind of fair and nice.
Yeah, it's this. We're not. If we're watching the Crumley case, which we expect to start tomorrow, and catch up with. If we're watching that case, we're not watching it to argue the Second Amendment. Okay, that's not what we're watching. We're watching this for the aspect that we have a parent who is being charged with crimes related to the child, and sort of being held accountable for what the child did. And that's the purpose of following this case. And it will be a tough one because it involves kids and involves hot button topics that a lot of people have strong feelings on one way or the other. And it's okay for both sides. I'm just going to say I have my feelings, you have yours. It's okay. I'm not. But I don't want it to become a discussion about these hot button topics. Pickles only, no politics on that one. It's going to be emotional. But,
yes.
But I can tell you this: this community is very capable of handling that. They've proved it over.
So
and over.
I think we'll do good. This community, this family, I think we'll do good. And you're right. As far as that and the politics, that is not what this trial is about. It's whether parents are at fault for said accusation.
For their role,
and
for
that
what
is
they did.
it.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's not about this or that. Which this case will set precedent. This should be an important case to set precedent. If future things happen with other children, this might be a case that they look back at and go, well, remember CR1, whatever the case number is, and they go, oh. So this is a more important case than I think people might not tend to realize right now in the moment because it's happening. But in the future, this might set some precedent, which is, I'm interested.
AWOL.
I'm interested on finding. But anyway, Scott, have a good night.
Wait. Where do you hail from? What do you call home?
I'm from New Jersey.
New Jersey, okay.
And I'm a truck driver.
We had guesses that you were from New York, so someone was listening to your accent and trying to pick where you're from. But
New Jersey, Central Jersey, I would call it Old Bridge, Sayreville area.
Awesome.
If anybody knows, but yeah, fellow
well,
truck drivers. So shout out to Big Rig too.
Yeah, keep on trucking, keep wheels down. Yeah. That's the way we like to keep those trucks. Appreciate you doing the work that makes the economy go around. So nice talking to you. We'll see you, AWOL.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hope the family has a good night. And Scott, you have a good night as well.
All right. We'll see you.
Bye.
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 Okay. Lots of calls coming in.
Hi, boss.
To accept.
I heard boss in there somewhere, so I thought I'd answer it. Who's on the phone?
This is Nyboss.
Nyboss. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. My opinion on the whole gag order thing being reinstated is it's complete bullshit. It gives him, now he can go and tell his story.
Yeah. That's what he wants to do. He's got the eyes. The whole purpose. Well, one of the big purposes of why he went pro se was to get. You might have to turn your TV down a little bit. We're getting a feedback loop.
Yeah, I'm turning it off.
But he wanted the eyes on this. He wanted the attention that it needed because he said, "I'm not going to get a fair trial here. I know I'm not going to get a fair trial. So I want to do something that will bring people to watch." And it did. It brought us. That's why we're here. And now that he's done that, now he says, and now I want to tell my story. I've got my audience. Let me tell my story. And a gag order being instituted right here is would prevent him from telling that story. It would be incumbent on recumbent, but incumbent on everyone else to try to tell the story without his participation, which he has all the insight. Lisa says there should be a gag order. The support for the gag order is that they have to seat another jury. And the prosecutor said, we have to seat a jury that has never heard of this case. And that's not necessarily the truth. They have to be able to seat a jury that can be impartial. They might have heard of the case, but they're looking for a jury that can set aside any preconceived notions they have. That would be a fair jury.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need a completely ignorant jury when it comes to the facts of the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just basically have people that, I've heard of it, but I'm not going to let that. I'm not going to let that influence me.
Yeah. Awesome. I think Ty's doing an interview right now with Court TV. That is great. We may hear more from him. But we'll see how that goes. We'll take a look.
Okay.
We might talk to his wife a little bit as well. So
I'm sure there's other people who want to call you.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
I appreciate it. Have a good one. Bye. I'll say this. I do want to wrap it up here this evening. I want to wrap it up. I'm going to turn the phone off for a little bit. I've got some things I need to do, the least of which is be here when the package arrives. So hopefully that happens tonight. I paid for expedited delivery, so it should be here. It's actually free expedited delivery, but it should be here for that. Let's see, March 7th, it starts over, Karen. That's what we have. Tonight on this channel, we have a podcast. It's the Not Relevant Podcast. That's one of the things I have to get ready for. It'll be me and Weather Watch, Thomas, so Scott and Thomas. If you have not been there for this podcast, I would love it if you join us. It is a lot of fun. If all the goodness you found in this channel today and in this community and the fun times and the funny comments, it's like that times 10. And it's just a little way to sort of relieve some of the pressure of some of the stress and the heavy topics that we deal with day in and day out on this channel. So please join us here for that. That would be great. I can't wait for our package. Yes, it's going to be here, hopefully. Tomorrow we're going to start at, I believe we're going to start at 8:30 in the morning. We've got some catch-up to do. We anticipate being with the Crumbly trial. We've got to catch up on a day because they started today. So we're going to do some catch-up, listening a little bit faster than normal and cutting out some breaks until we catch up. It might take us a day or two to get caught up. That's all right. We will do it, and we'll be back on then. 10 times funnier during the podcast, says Adam Nusky. We're going to hold you to that, Adam. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate our mods for the great work they've done on this. They have been working overtime. It's a lot of work for them when it gets busy, and it has been busy. Thanks all to them. Thanks to all of you for making this a fun place to come. I think this is the best place to watch true crime, and it is because of you. It wouldn't be the same without you. I appreciate that. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. 8:30. It's a little bit earlier. I'm going to hold myself to that. 8:30. We're going to pick up with the Crumbly trial. We'll probably still have some discussions about this case as well. So we'll see how that goes. Crumbly trial is all over the place. Not very well controlled, to put it mildly. The lawyers and the judge, I didn't think any of them were very competent today. Kind of a farce. Oh, no. Oh, no, Suzanne. Two in a row. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Be kind to each other. FedEx just drove by your house. I see headlights. Oh, they drove by. I was hoping. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Be nice to each other. We'll see you. Bye.
Sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won. Because he's the guy.
Sorry, I'm sending you Broken Baker. Have a good night, guys.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I messed up the ending. It's supposed to be this picture.